So anyways, hey look, it's the exact cargo number we're looking for. Isn't that cool? Alright, let's just hack our way in. Yeah, oh yeah, I agree. This is nowhere near as bad as Skyrim. Speaking as someone who, ignoring mods, ignoring updates, has played Skyrim at launch, yeah, no, this is nowhere near as irritating of a port as Skyrim was. Like, not even on the same level. But the question becomes, is Skyrim a 3 or is Skyrim a 2? And that's really the question that I'm coming at here. Volunteer IDs matched with their real names. Sweet. How useful.
This... I cannot believe it. He was here.
Hey.
Each volunteer was given an ID number before departure from Earth.
Their names, when they had names, the procedures proved more difficult. I'm sorry.
We can match the names to numbers now. There must be records of my father in psychotronics.
No. Any threat to the station would have triggered a wipe. But with the disruption in power, the backups in deep storage may be intact.
That is correct. There may be some trace of your father there, but... Morgan, if you go, it's risky at best.
Morgan, if those records exist, I have to know. Please. His name was Yuri Andronov. V01065532.
Okay, so now we go to deep storage. Out of 3, sorry, Plutonia. So, I apparently have to explain this. For those who don't know, we have a system with regards to the pluses and the minuses. 1 is good/bad, 2 is very good/bad, 3 is the worst/best, right? So, the question then becomes, where is Skyrim on that scale with regards to PC ports? Like I said, we need to determine the, I have 2 of these stupid things. Can I drop these? I can. So the question then becomes, you know, where do we gauge that? Actually, you know, hang on, let me pick this back up. Map. Okay, so, hang on. Where the hell is deep storage? Got all the way down here. Of course, deep storage is all the way up at the Arboretum. Okay, life support will take me to the elevator, and elevator will take me to the Arboretum. Okay, let's go. You know, I'm trying to think of other bad ports. Bad PC ports, specifically. Because there's several. I got one right off the top of my head. Borderlands 3. And it could be other Borderlands, but definitely Borderlands 3. Borderlands 3 is definitely a game that was not made with mouse and keyboard in mind. It's actually a funny example, because I thought it was just me for a bit. I thought I was just weirded out, and then I mentioned it casually to my friends who I was playing Borderlands 3 with, and every single one of them was like, oh god, I know! I hate menuing in this game. I was like, oh, thank god, it's not just me. But, for example, Borderlands 3 is an easy example of something that would probably just be 1 negative. Because the only irritation with Borderlands 3 is on the menu side of things. The rest of the game plays just fine with mouse and keyboard. Whereas Skyrim, okay, admittedly, in Skyrim's case, it's mostly menu too, but it is every aspect of the freaking menu. Which is just really frustrating and irritating. It's usually menu and mouse stuff, I've noticed. This particular problem. It's almost always situations where they designed the menu for you moving around with an analog stick, and so it just doesn't respond to mouse clicking correctly. Because that's one of the problems I've been having in this game, too. Yeah, make sure to get your guesses in, by the way. We're not going to cut that off for a bit, because we've still got to go through the DLC before we notify anything there. so behind me and to the right, looks like. Can't believe that thing's still fixed. I would not mind some lemon-flavored cotton candy right about now, I'll tell you what. Well, not right now, I just brushed, but you know. Tonight, maybe? I don't know. At some point. If you type in !review or GP or NS or about 40 other commands, Dragon's Hunter, you'll find a link to that. Whatever you think the command should be, it probably is. Okay, maybe it's not review, apparently. Ah! Right, we changed that recently.
Morgan, this is Igwe. I stepped out for a moment. Miss Ilyushin's father, Andronov, the cosmonaut, he was here. I know he was.
Can we talk about this later?
Records in deep storage, but Morgan, you know what happened to him already. You've simply forgotten what you did. Miss Ilyushin, she may not understand. Do what you must. But if the records are gone, or happen to be destroyed due to the station damage, it would be for the best.
Got it. Telling her the truth. Understood. Well, that's exactly why we bothered to have, like, so many different commands that bring up that document, Dragon's Hunter. Whoops. Oh, actually, you know what? I could use a refill. Please refill me. Yo! Refill me. Hey! Refill me. Okay, fine, whatever. Yeah, honestly, I was thinking the same thing, Plutonia. Like, because the main issue in Skyrim is the menuing. And menuing sucks. But, you know, that's the big one. So I'm trying to think of really bad PC ports. I mean, FF7's original PC port wasn't good. But does that qualify as really bad? Yeah, I know, Black Malkin. It's fine. I don't care that much. It was just a bonus. Arkham Knight, yeah. That's not a bad example.
Initiating test procedure 29. Variant C, subject V-010655-32.
Subject 32 is in the chamber.
Psychoscopes on, everyone.
Do you have a family?
Prep the Typhon Cacoplasmus.
I have a daughter. They took me from her. I was promised I would see her again. I signed your papers.
Let's stay focused, everyone.
Your family. You must hate them very much to do this. I hear it in your voices.
Track his vitals.
32 is showing signs of distress. Elevated cortisol, heart rate, perspiration. Nothing in the red yet.
Look at me. Look at the man you're killing.
Mimic is in the tube.
Permission to release. Morgan?
What you do kills us both.
Release.
Typhon Cacoplasmus specimen is in the chamber with subject 32. Subject vital signs are gone.
Make a note. Replication followed the usual pattern. Appears unaffected by the subject's age. Morgan, did you get a good scan?
Yeah, data looks good. Scrub it and send it up to me as soon as you can. I want a new design on the Mimicry connectomes before I dive into the sim again.
Interesting. So, once again, the voice acting kind of sells it. Do you notice how both the two doctors, the older man and the younger woman, sounded audibly disturbed by what they were doing? The only person who sounded completely nonplussed by everything was Morgan. Thank you, Starscream. Always. Give me a moment, and I'll jot that down for Rebellion. That's horrible. Or I guess we were horrible, however you want to think of that.
Transfer coming in. Downloading.
Yeah, so anyways, I died there, Michaela. Thanks for that. Just, okay.
Transfer coming in. Downloading now. Morgan, thank you. Thank you so much.
I wouldn't thank me.
cannot believe it.
I mean, you can thank
I'll wait for
me.
you to come back before I listen to it. Be careful, Morgan.
Don't think past me. You can thank me, but don't think past me. That's a better way to put it. That's true. We don't need to face her if we're dead. They call it the coward's way out. Suicide! Okay, there we go. Got it in. Got it in. Whew. Yeah, I heard Triaxia. Yeah. Wonderness. You know, that's actually a good point. Because I played Dark Souls on mouse and keyboard, and that sucked. When I did the rumination for it. Like, that actively sucked.
Vital signs.
Was that it? That was it. That was it. So that might be a 2 or a 3. You know what? It occurs to me, too. A game that would be at least a 2 on the scale would be Assassin's Creed 1 and 2. Specifically those two. I've complained about this before, about how the games literally don't even have the right display, so you have to guess what buttons do what. Lobby. Well, one of the things I praised the game for, and one of these bajillion positives here, was for... Excuse me, the fact that the layout is sufficiently distinct and designed such that, you know... I don't really feel particularly lost. Like, occasionally I'll take a wrong turn, like I just did, but I knew where I was going, and I noticed pretty quickly. I was like, oh, wait, hang on. Oh, God, yeah, exactly, Plutonia. So, yeah, point made. I still feel like we've both been describing 2s on the scale. I'm trying to think of just a truly atrocious PC port.
Attention. Station leadership has
Valvetrix is
issued
here.
an alert.
Because I know she's
All
played
personnel
FF7R1 on
should
PC.
report to muster
I've heard
stations
nothing good
immediately
about
and
that at
await
all.
further instructions.
So who's ready for Michaela to hate us? I can get my gun
There
out.
you are. Morgan, hooked up some more supplies. Take what you need, and don't be shy about using it. I don't think they will. Morgan.
That's my name. Don't worry now. Okay, hang on. What'd you just give us? Thermal shielding. Oh, cool. Anything new here? Nope. Okay.
Got stationed in engineering because paraplaxis prevented me from being a pilot. Now, a pilot's what we need.
Yeah, so, are you gonna listen to the document?
Morgan.
That's my name.
I'd like to listen to it now. If you're ready, Morgan.
Yeah, let's freaking go.
Morgan. Morgan, I've been waiting. We can listen to the log now.
How do I listen to the log?
I haven't had much success in calling up more fabrication plans.
Oh, she's gonna hate us for this, but you know what? That's okay.
But I did have a design for a psychoscope chipset.
At least she'll hate us for something we actually did, right? We got a neuromods. Nowhere.
I'd be honored if you found some use for it.
That's cool. So, play file.
I have more autonomy than a typical operator. The contents of the video are sensitive. Only a flesh and blood person could handle the responsibility, I presume.
Yeah, it's cool.
Initiating test procedure 29. Variant C.
Apparently we have to listen to it with her.
010655-32.
Oh, that's irritating.
Subject 32 is in the chamber.
Psychoscopes on, everyone.
Do you have a family?
Prep the Typhon Cacoplasmus.
I have a daughter. They took me from her. I was promised I would see her again. I signed your papers.
Let's stay focused, everyone.
Your family. You must hate them very much to do this. I hear it in your voices.
Track his vitals.
32 is showing signs of distress. Elevated cortisol, heart rate, perspiration. Nothing in the red yet.
Look at me. Look at the man you're killing.
Mimic is in the tube.
Permission to release? Morgan?
What you do kills us both.
Release.
Typhon Cacoplasma specimen is in the chamber with subject 32. Subject vital signs are gone.
Make a note. Replication followed the usual pattern. Appears unaffected by the subject's age. Morgan, did you get a good scan?
Yeah. Data looks good. Scrub it and send it up to me as soon as you can. I want a new design on the mimicry connectomes before I dive into the sim again.
I know Alex. He always has a backup. Chief Ilyushin, this is a complicated matter.
Shut up. You performed the procedure? The what? Killed him? And you knew? Why? You didn't know. You don't even know what you've done.
Chief Ilyushin, Morgan has no memory of the log you've listened to.
Go to hell, January. You speak with his voice. You might as well be his conscience. Lack of conscience. And to think, Morgan, I thought you were trying to help me. Why would you save me to do this? To buy back some guilt? So I'd forgive you? My father is right. You don't understand. Your father, mother, your stupid, deluded brother. You will never understand family. You don't even understand what it means to be human. Get the hell away from me.
Quest complete. Is it actually complete? Appears to be. Quest
The security
complete.
station in the lobby might have weapons.
Morgan,
Is this a joke?
you really need to organize your tools better. I would hate to see your living quarters.
Okay. Yay! Everything's awesome. Forever. Yeah, we everything's fine. Everything's fine. We're cool. And yeah, now we're immediately back to the default response. I hate to say this, but I do think the NPC interactions are kind of lacking in this one. Which makes sense. They're not super familiar with that kind of thing, I guess is how I'd phrase that. God, how do NPC interactions work in Deathloop? Sorry, I'm looking something up really quick. One moment, please. It's been, I'd say, moderately buggy. physics, which is just something that's going to happen. It's okay. The safety wasn't off. Yeah, like I said, Plutonia. Not a lot of experience with the whole concept. And the funny thing is, in Dishonored, well, let me go with Dishonored 2, because I remember Dishonored 2 a lot better. There were NPC interactions, but they were, you know, mission hub, right? Like, that was kind of it. It was... There were enemies, and there were occasional friendlies you could occur in missions, but for the most part, the only actual interactions you had was when you went back to the ship. And even that was, you know, specific to the specific mission you were on at that point in time.
Please, hold still. This will only take a moment. All done. You can fill out a service questionnaire.
So where's our suite? Out of curiosity. So while you answer that question, I looked up a list of what is considered some of the worst PC ports of all time. I haven't played most of these. Apparently Metal Gear Solid 2 on PC is really bad. Devil May Cry 3 is apparently really bad. Splinter Cell Double Agent. There's Resident Evil 4. There's Saints Row 2, which... Spider-Man 2 from 2004. There's Dark Souls. Batman Arkham Knight, well, saw that one. Enslaved Odyssey of the West, which I've never even played. Quarters. I thought I went up there already. I did go there. Why is it marking her? Why is she marked on the map? Whatever. I was up the elevator? Got it! To the only elevator in the game. I didn't even know DMC3 had a PC port, to be completely honest with you. I know it has Switch port, which is probably the version we'll play when we get there. I'm going the wrong way. And soon we too shall become a teacup. Nope, one more up. I mean, Colonial Marines is just a bad game, though. Was that a port issue? Real question. I'm not actually sure. It's down, isn't it? I'm misremembering, aren't I? No? Yeah, damn it. You had to say something about me knowing where I'm going. Where the hell were the crew quarters? Well, I know about that, Drax, yeah. Got it. So we go through the elevator. Right, okay, I know where it is. I know where it is. Ah. The Arboretum, also known as the Other Hub. For how many times we've gone through here. I've actually hesitated going back through the guts since, you know, that was terrifying and we nearly died a few times. It's okay, we'll go through the Arboretum instead where we'll get a nightmare to hunt us. That's a lot of coral. How many people were on this friggin' station? Don't answer that. There we go. Let me guess. Elevator, guts, outside. We actually still haven't unlocked some of the outside stuff. It's just weird to think about. Anyways. See, I'm paying some attention, Blackwell. I know I'm terrible and awful, but I am trying. I've heard a lot of bad things about Dead Island, yeah. I haven't played it myself. I played Dying Light. That was an interesting game. Not buggy, just janky, which is different. Wait, this is deep storage. This is not where I want to be. Wrong way. It's through the water area, which is down here. I wonder what the normal way for going down here is, because I always just jump down through the waterfall. Like that's where I came from. Shoot, okay, hang on. I apparently don't know where I'm going. Where's the crew quarters? I burned it from my memory. Okay. Because of that freaking mission in there. There we go. Okay, that's why. Yeah, so I have this habit. I've done it like 3 times now, and you've probably noticed if you're paying attention, that I keep mentally flipping the crew quarters. Like, I went left when I should have gone right, kind of a deal. And I've done that several times. I'm not actually sure why. It's probably the only area I do that consistently in. Okay. How's all our alive people doing? They're all alive, right? They better freaking be alive! Are you alive? No, you don't have a head. I'm just idly curious if any of the unconscious people... Nope, looks like they moved. Looks like the unconscious people got up and left. Anyways, so where am I going? I'm just going to ask straight up, because granted, the last 2 times I was here, I was a little stressed. I'm guessing it's not in the cabins. It's probably upstairs. So I'm just going to head that way on presumption. There's the Yellow Tulip, there's the theater. There's the oh, is the... right. The elevator. Yeah, I was going to say, we actually need a thing for this, but we've actually gotten that by now. Our shotgun is as much damage... Well, no, that's not true. Our shotgun is almost as much damage as it's going to do. Freaking technopaths. Rotten hell. So there's our quarters. Alex's quarters. Enemy. So I'm going to read that one out loud. I don't think we have to worry too much about the side effects. But when I gather, just a little pinprick near the eye, right? I mean, it looks scary. But I think if we could get advertising to push some of the more appealing pros of NMs, we can shift public attention from that. I'm not too worried about the red eye stuff either. I don't think anyone in the public sector is going to manage to get their hands on that many NMs at one time. Not at these prices. What I find more worrying, however, are the reports of memory loss during NM removal. I mean, amnesia? Seriously? We can rewire a person's brain, give them any skill we want, but we can't avoid resetting their head back to the moment they got that stuff installed and decide to take it out? If this leaks, it'll kill sales. Doesn't matter if you need specialized equipment and training to take one out. No one is ever going to risk losing years of their life just for the ability to speak French. This can't even go on the fine print. As far as customers are concerned, NMs are permanent. Now, where's my beetle stuff? Hi, Cyclone. Well, yeah, Trihexia. We gotta get more money. We want more money. Yeah, more money. Sorry. So let's hit our suite first. Wow, it looks quite familiar. One might say disturbingly so. Here's all the things we were building. Fermi's paradox is still the password. I kind of wish that each time you got a new fabrication plan, it made it a little bit cheaper. God. Hang on. We did it! Or rather, Black Malkin did it. He solved the music problem. Just set this down while we explore. So, for those of you not familiar with the Fermi's paradox, this is a pretty brief summary of it. Consider that there are billions of stars in the galaxy like our sun, many of them far older. Some of these stars will have Earth-like planets. Some of these planets may have developed intelligent life. Some intelligent life may develop interstellar travel. If a civilization began before ours, it seems possible, even probable, that even at the speed currently envisioned of interstellar travel, they could have already had the entire galaxy colonized. Problem is, we have not detected any such civilizations, nor have any contacted us. Why? And that is the Fermi's paradox in one question. Yeah, so the thing is, there's actually a decent amount of math that goes into the Fermi's paradox. Because the long and the short of it is the idea that, you know, that's messed up. No matter how you look at it, mathematically speaking, the odds are very much in favor of the idea that there should be alien life, and that we should have interacted with them already. Or at least become aware of them, or they us. Now, there are actually quite a few answers to the Fermi paradox. One of them is that there is actually an aggressive and or invasive thing out there that actively hunts down and consumes sentient life. No, really. That's actually one of the real-life solutions to the Fermi paradox. Does that sound familiar? As I say, you could probably name a few fictional races that fit that, but I was specifically thinking of the Typhon. Yeah, one of the answers is, we're first. Someone has to be first. It happens to be us. Dead Space also follows that answer, by the way. That's why there's no alien life in Dead Space, is because it's being eaten. Nom, nom, nom. Hold up. Isn't there a thing like right here? Yep, one of the answers is that alien life is avoiding us, which itself is kind of several answers baked into one, because there's a lot of reasons they could be avoiding us. Loner just mentioned the zoo concept, for example. Or no, sorry, TSB. Sorry, I missed it. TSB mentioned the zoo concept. Oh, I absolutely do, Hazardous. And I'll prove it once I conquer the rest of the galaxy. Yep, could be a reality show. That's the South Park answer. Could be a zoo. I don't know what answer that is. Could be the Prime Directive. That's the idiocy answer. There's also a variant on the Prime Directive answer, which boils down to, it's possible that there are measures in place to prevent developing life from even detecting alien life. And you're probably thinking, well, how would we detect it? Well, I don't mean to be dismissive, but we actually have a decent amount of capacity to scan for things, basic level things, basic mathematic level things. And we have detected none of that, right? So what they would have to do is eventually put a shroud over the planet or the system or whatever and say, nope. What?
Morgan.
What?
January was right. It was not you. But I keep hearing your voice. And my father's voice. And it was not you. I know. You saved me because you wanted to. That is not the same person on the recording. Something's changed. I need to see that. I'm better now. I'll do what I can to get us off the station alive, but that log is coming with me. If you truly want forgiveness, you'll help me get it to where it belongs. No matter what that means for you and TranStar.
I mean, I already know which ending I'm going for, if that's what you mean, but, you know. And Mana Brent is correct. There are actually a few things, there are a few question marks we have detected. That's actually probably one of the biggest pieces of evidence I have heard personally among speculative circles. And I don't mean like, you know, us chatting idly. I mean like actual scientific circles. That the "we're being shrouded" answer is the legit one. Because if there's an occasional blip in the shroud, that would explain some of the blips we've detected. I can do it. I can do it. Oh wow, this is a hell of a treadmill, isn't it? I got this. I got this. Maybe. Maybe not. Well, there's also that thing that happened just a few weeks ago, TSB, which admittedly I haven't had a chance to actually read up on, so I don't know specifics. But I know there was a blip pretty recently. Jeez. Alex. Alright, let's check his computer. Okay, go in. There's several things worried about Michaela, which we already actually know all that, but probably could figure that out earlier. Oh, and before you ask, I don't really have an answer to the Fermi's paradox, because I can't. I have no capacity to know that answer. I can only speculate blindly in a vacuum. That being said, we're totally the first. I should know. I guess I'd say you're the first? Does that work? Memory logs.
Calvino, colleague, won't notice anything wrong. Eidetic memory. Work obsessed. Perfect medical record. No absences. New entry. Show. Danielle. Head of IT. Dislikes you. Dislikes Alex more. Need to find out why. Note to self. Research. Chef Mitchell. And emotive operator hack. Michaela Ilyushin. Chief engineer. Not on speaking terms. Had brief relationship. You ended it when tests began. She believes it is because you discovered her medical condition, paraplexis. Convenient, but false. Severing ties seemed prudent to you. Less painful, given the impending memory loss. Dio Igwe. One of Alex's hires. Cheap to recruit due to his unpopular stance on psychic phenomena. One of the station's best scientists. Introvert. Knows about tests. Loyal to Alex. Believes your brother and Typhon can save his career.
Yeah.
Paraplexis. Nerve disorder. Prevents use of neuromods. Requires aggressive drug therapy to prevent degeneration. Renders candidates ineligible for assignment to Talos 1. Sarah Elazar. Chief of Security. Not a friend. Knows about the Typhon. Not about your tests, but suspects. Is trustworthy, but doesn't trust Alex. Or you, yet.
Well, okay. Keeping notes for myself so I remember as I erase my brain over and over and over. One of the other answers for the Fermi's paradox is that alien life is so legitimately alien that we literally couldn't recognize it if we were staring right at it, and vice versa. I just realized I can't carry through the door. Damn it! Alright, whatever. How do I get to the bridge? Bridge is from the Arboretum. Of course it is. The second hub. Telling you. Now, if the multiverse is the answer, it depends on what type of multiverse we have. Because believe it or not, there's actually two broad categories. Oh, okay, that's a lot of things. Two broad categories of multiverses. One is the every change makes a new multiverse thing, which I really dislike that answer, as an aside. Because it's insanity on every level. It makes everything possible, and I do mean absolutely everything, because once you introduce legitimately infinite into the variables, everything goes from being unlikely to extremely rare to absolute certainty. That's the nature of infinite. Fun fact, I actually got insulted on some of my Star Trek comments for saying that I didn't buy the fact that the mirror universe existed, simply because I didn't understand the concept of infinite. Those people are stupid. Okay, so let's see here. Bridge. There's the office. Lobby. Crew quarters. Guts. Bridge. Where's that? How do I get to there? Ah, over here? Like right in front of me? There's a thing over here that I've apparently never interacted with. Somewhere around here. Like I said, I'm not big into the infinite multiverse thing. It's obviously from a fictional perspective, it sort of invalidates everything you're writing because literally everything is not only possible but has actually happened. So that's problem number one there. Problem number two is you can always just use it as a cheat, a narrative cheat to get out of get out of jail. You can kill characters or not. You can have big events happen and then they don't happen. You can undo anything, or maybe you could say it's another thing, or you can bring in someone from somewhere else, and it never matters because it's always happened some other way, right? Like, who gives a damn? Honestly, there would probably be several multiverses where I'm a female. There's probably a multiverse where I'm actually a Typhon. I mean, it's ridiculous, right? But I legitimately don't think that that's actually a thing. Now, how that would solve the Fermi's paradox, to go back to the original comment, is very simple. This would be a universe, the one we currently exist within, that doesn't have aliens. All the math shows there should be, but something went wrong in this particular timeline, and there you are.
Scan complete. New psionic aptitude available.
Hello, the operator I sent you was cycling, unable to locate you. Did you leave Talos? Isn't that the guy who was out in space? You know, the guy past the radiation barrier. Fine, we'll do this the old-fashioned way. Switch, please. Switch, please. Did I mention the alien concept? I know I thought it. Did I say that out loud?
What do you have for me, Cothran?
Chief, yeah, so I checked that flight plan for the volunteer shuttle like you requested. You're right, it went dark for 12 minutes before it resumed a path towards Earth, but at a slightly different trajectory than before. It's almost unnoticeable, like it left from a different part of the station or changed its flight pattern around Talos.
12 minutes? What about the other shuttles?
It's only the volunteer shuttles, but it's all of them. They go dark 8 to 10 minutes after leaving the station, then suddenly reappear. The VIP shuttles don't show the same irregularity.
Got it. Don't talk to anyone about this.
About what, Chief?
Exactly. Good work, Matt. Elazar out.
I don't know how much homework they did in designing these. So I want to share this little tidbit. They're talking about how they're getting new people from Earth, but one of the things says, I can't believe you agree to get that extra neuromod knowing how creepy those psychos are. But worse, the lack of personality is contagious. Even Morgan's got glassy eyes now. Hasn't smiled or made a joke in a month. Good morning, Sierra Mike. Quick, Fermi's Paradox, go. It appears to be the current topic of join us. Oh yeah, you never told me, what are these reployers? Like, what are these things? Mm-hmm. Oh, got it. No, that's the joke. Okay. Hey, Lolimlas. Happy Friday. It's Prime Day. Prime Day. What's what on my shotgun? That's interesting. Do I have ammo right now? I do. Why is there like an EMP field up here? That's interesting. Hi, Evo. Listen, I hate to break it all to all of you, but I'm actually an alien. Sorry. Bastion, the Empire, etc. Thank you, Lolimlas. Always. I'll put that towards Dawn of War 2. If you give me a minute here. What's really wild is the gun still works. It's just I have no ammo counter. Ah, this. I actually know about this, if this is what I think it is. It's the pilot seat, such as it is. No! Real quick, is that already on the list, Lolimlas? Then I trust you, Lillimloss. I trust you with my life of streaming. Not the rest of it. But life is strange. I'm just going to put TC because I don't know what that stands for off the top of my head. I don't even know which life is strange that is. 2, 3, 8? I don't know. So in case you missed that, there was a shuttle that launched right before the Troubles hit. A shuttle that may or may not contain Typhon within it. A shuttle that is currently heading down to Earth as of right now. But there should be a way to do something. Here. Yeah, exactly, Cyclops. It's like, oh, that's wondrous. Switch guns, switch guns. Hey, Dr. Papa Penguin. Someone's been drinking a lot of energy drinks. I figured we weren't actually at the outside, because that's just really unfeasible to have a giant thing like that. Hey, could you prepare me?
Your suit integrity is compromised. We'll fix that. Job done. Please pay attention.
One of the weirdest questions I had to answer when it came to my own ship design was whether or not there would be an optical port at any point in time for the ship. You might think, of course not, it's a structural weakness, and that's valid, but then you have to think like an engineer. And an engineer thinks in case of emergencies, crises, and backups. So, what happens if the electronics break? What happens if the camera gets shut down? Yeah, what happens if you just straight up lose power? You get the idea. I actually still need to do a little bit of work on the specific map involved, but one of the ideas that was posited to me was the idea of essentially having... there's a real-life term for this, I can't remember what it is, but it's effectively an emergency observation deck. We have nothing else, oh crap, spot where you can go ahead and have, you know, some tools, manual, disconnected from the network tools, and use that to try and gauge in an emergency situation. Not really useful for something like a combat scenario, but if you need to, for example, dock without sensors, you know, stuff like that. Okay, so hang on. So let's go... So we've got the executive level. Let's go down to the R&D level. Go down to the engineering level. Interesting. Isn't there a thing I can interact with here? Yeah, I didn't see a thing to interact with the shuttle. Maybe I just missed it on the documents. Let's go back to that thing. By document, I mean computer. Oh, there it is. Okay, so we have 37 seconds to decide now. So here's how this works out. There's a shuttle that has launched from this station right before everything went to hell and everything got into lockdown. That shuttle is going to land in about 30 seconds because we forgot to find out what the spot was. We have a choice. We can let them land or we can destroy them. There's remote charges we can detonate. What do we do? If you pay attention, yes, this is the trolley question again. I believe this is the third time it's cropped up now, if we count all the initial stuff in the intro as one time. Why would I tell you the consequences, Mike Kawano? I mean, it's feasible, Trihexia, but that also has the same issue I just mentioned. So what if the power gets knocked out? What if something jams the gears or whatever? Well, then you can't. That's valid, Mike Kamana, but you don't know the consequences in the moment, and neither does the character. So the consequences are, who knows? This is an interesting one, because the math is simple. If we just go by math, then you destroy it. That's math. But that's not morality. It's something I've made a point several times, is that math and morality are not connected to each other. So we know exactly what Price would do. We also don't know if blowing it up would help. Coda is correct. It's entirely possible that the Typhon could survive the explosion. Do we know 100% the shuttle's contaminated? We have absolutely no idea if the shuttle's contaminated. We have a 0% certainty on whether or not there's any Typhon on that shuttle. We don't even know who's on that shuttle. There's just a shuttle. Oh, Rogers wouldn't blow it up. But Rogers doesn't do math. It's actually funny, because if you pay attention, Rogers, Stark, and Thanos are the 3 points of that particular axis. Rogers is pure morality, Thanos is pure math, and Stark is actually right in the middle. Let's flip a coin. Well, the coin says to let them land. Now I will tell you the consequences of this action. None. There are no consequences. This isn't even mentioned in the ending. This has nothing to do with anything. It is just there to be another thought exercise of, what do you do in this scenario? The whole point of this particular scenario is to make a choice specifically in the absence of information. That's why they don't tell you what the consequences of the choice are, because that would defeat the point of the choice. We have no idea what's going on, and we have no idea what the consequences are. Whether you like that or not is up to you, of course. But, well, remind me to bring that shuttle up again when we get to the ending. Just remind me to do that, because I might forget. Personally, I will admit that I do think that consequences should be shown in a video game specifically, because video games are all about choice. I know that sounds like a strange way to phrase that, but it's true. The entire point of a video game concept is interactive medium. And as we already ranted quite extensively about a certain Spec Ops The Line, when you deliberately take that choice away from the player and don't do it very well, you have problems. Anyways. That's true. We could let the Typhon wipe out Seattle. Alright, so I think that's everything. Let's go ahead and get to the exterior. Let's go scanning. Wait, the man with the golden gun is coming? That reminds me of one of the earliest jokes I ever heard in a James Bond film specifically was, but they're just going to blow up Kansas. Nobody's going to notice that. I didn't understand the specifics of that joke, but I still found it generically funny. I was pretty young at that point in time. Substantially later in my life, I moved to Kansas. That joke suddenly became a lot funnier. Alright. Alright, back into space. I'm sorry, that is the joke. So, okay. There's a Bond villain who has a diamond laser, because of course he does. It's Blofeld, I'll just give that away. And he's going to be like, and destroy someplace as a demonstration of the fact that he has this laser. He needs people to know he has the laser so he can hold them hostage and you know, blah, blah, blah. Oh, he'd blow it up, Trixie, no question. But the thing is that he needs to blow up someplace that people will notice. So the person mentions that it's over Kansas at this exact point in time. And he says, well, we can't blow up Kansas. Nobody will notice it. So we need to wait a little bit longer before we blow something up. Space. So let's see if we can do this without dying this time. Granted, I was already irritable by the time we got to this point, so, you know. We'll see how we do. We have not gone to the shuttle yet, no. I thought it was beyond the barrier. I guess we could go die and crowd out a bit. Oh, absolutely, Shaludo. Garibaldi would hate himself over that. So you see how much coral is on that shuttle? That's honestly probably all I need to say about this. But, correct, Sierra Mike. One of the stupider but surprisingly enjoyable cheesy Bond flicks. So you've already been exposed to space. Well, that might explain a few things. What? What?
I don't know why I can't reach anyone, but I am dead in the water. Repeat, I have 0 engines. I'm drifting. God damn it, Steve, answer your transcribe. All right. Shit. Investigating cabin. I have a sidearm. If all clear, I will attempt to EVA to an airlock.
So these are volunteers and personnel carrying the volunteers. Objective completed. Wow, that's quick. They're all dead. Very, very dead. You know, I could be extremely wrong, but didn't Dishonored also kind of have a deco style to some of its aesthetics? Hey, Dream Whisperer. I'm probably just misremembering, but yeah, I feel like there's some aesthetic similarities between the two. Well, and yeah, same team, so, you know. You can always tell the Blizzard art team, right? Kind of a thing. Well, looks like, yep, looks like the... So, that's confusing. There's no type... Hang on. There were no Typhon on board. I was just thinking the same thing, Dakota. Like, the quest even says we're done, but, like, that's it? I'm confused here. Well, yeah, no, it very much looks like this was either an escape attempt or something, but there's coral here, which is what's weirding me out. There's neuromods, that's cool, but like, okay, I guess that's it. Whatever.
Steve, this is Captain Hale, Shuttle Exalt. I'm trying to hail the bridge, getting zip. Can you confirm, please? I have some system malfunctions. It's across the board. It's hard to make sense. I need to park ASAP. Recommend security detail when I come in. Hearing some noise in the cabin. Shit, what is going on?
The other ones? Oh, okay. Yeah, coming in with new prisoners. Then something happened. Or satellite. Pretty sure, but I couldn't quite remember. Oh, yep. That's what I figured. Where's the jackass? There he is. Hell. Well, honestly, let's just do this and get out of here. Come on.
Scan complete. More specimens required.
Fascinating. It's holding the psyche of all their victims. Your hunch was on the right track. It's a kind of neural structure. Synaptic-like activity up and down the length of it, like it's communicating. Just one more to go. I knew you could handle this. Our father warned me not to stake so much of the company's future on your ideas. I was right to ignore him. We're a good team, Morgan.
Alright. Let's do this then. It's called a gash. Look at that. Okay. There's some... I have to trust the arrow. It's the only thing I've got to go by. Literally, in this case. It's somewhere in this building. Gotta get into this building. And die. Very important part of the process. When did I have it in my sights? I didn't even see it. Ironically. Oh, God. arrow knows all and sees all. I don't want to go that way. I don't want to go that way. Oh, God. Oh, that's a lot of nests. That's a lot of death. A little bit further down.
You better do something. The reconstruction is destabilizing.
They're lying to you.
Hurry.
Search complete.
Excellent work. All that's left is integrating the data after you upload it. Hard to tell from just a scan summary, but... Wait. What is... There's some kind of neural tripwire built into the coral. Christ. Morgan, get back to my office. We have to get your data uploaded now. Hurry.
I think I have the Arboretum area unlocked, but I can't tell because it won't tell me. So we'll just find out in a moment here. Okay. Yep, no telepasm. Okay. It's fine, Trax. You don't worry about it. Good morning, Knock Loose. Especially if we would die horribly if we went splat in Oceans. Which, I mean, we already do if we, you know, splat into something at a certain speed, but still. But no, I think, Trihexia, that Alex is more like our implementer. It feels like Morgan's more the idea guy.
Here's my terminal to upload the data. I'll get it integrated into the fabrication plan for the new null wave device as fast as possible. And be careful. The Typhon will begin to sense our intent to harm the coral. They're gonna come after you. I left something for you on my desk that should help.
I mean, we've sort of... The Typhon have been coming after us for quite a while, buddy. I had to break this to you. That's actually a good way to put that. Morgan's the scientist. Alex is the engineer. Neuromods. Hold up. Where are we at with neuromods? 17! Alright, so, first of all, no morph. Get that. Then telepathy, I think. Where was it? Is it energy? It's got to be under telepathy. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Maybe. Nope. Apparently you can free humans from Typhon mind control with MyJack. I did not know that. Okay, I'm officially blind. Where is the stupid thing? There it is. Phantom Genesis. That's the one I wanted. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, sorry. Okay, Phantom Genesis right there. Yep, we gotta try out our necromancy.
transfers hold it. Something. Or someone. Shit.
This is Commander Walter Dahl.
There you
The
are.
TranStar Board of Directors has authorized me to take full command of Talos 1. Effective immediately. All employees must now report to the shuttle bay for evacuation. Those of you unable to comply, transmit an SOS and my team of rescue operators will locate you. One last thing. Alex and Morgan Yu have been relieved of their positions. Do not consent to their requests or assist them in any way. Dahl out.
So Dahl's here from the corporate to clean up.
Warning. Vital signs critical.
We're locked out. It's Dahl. He already has his hooks into every major system aboard Talos 1. I have to admit, I'm disappointed with our parents. I knew that they had a contingency in place, but a small foolish part of me believed they wouldn't use him against their own flesh and blood. Regardless, we're not getting this coral data through until we do something about it. I don't like it, but you're gonna have to get into his command shuttle. See if you can locate his access point and cut him off.
I don't know much about the specific options, so if anybody wants to share, feel free, but did you know that you can actually join Dahl in this whole thing? You could side with him. If you follow the what that means. Yeah, everyone I read told me that, you know, doing all the side quests I should do before I scanned the coral because of this. Apparently you can also get him to side with you. I didn't know about that one.
Morgan, Dahl will know you're coming. All TranStar personnel are outfitted with tracking bracelets. I have no doubt his operators are already on their way to rescue you. Those bracelets are issued and removed in deep storage. Worth investigating if you want to fly under the radar.
Military operators. The only thing I know about that particular arc is that if you side with him or him with you or something like that, no, not this, we're not there yet, then you get an achievement called Awkward Flight Home.
Morgan, I heard the announcement. No, I will not give you up. You are there for me, I am here for you. If you'd indulge me, I have a proposal that could get us off Talos 1 without any more bloodshed. Just don't harm Dahl until we've had a chance to speak in person.
Policy requires you to log any voluntary extension of your work hours with the station counselor.
Or we could just kill Dahl. I think so, Dakota. I suppose we'll find out. It'll also be interesting to see if we can hack them, although I imagine it'll take higher hacking rank than we have. Yes, we shall mind control. Then make his head pop. Pop. I mean, that's an option, Trihexia. It's not a great option, but, you know, it's an option. Oh, excuse me. The Typhon and the humanity shall live together in peace. Yeah, I have whatever this is. I couldn't find it, so it was one of the ones I just walked away from, like, yeah, okay, whatever.
We know the projects aboard Talos 1 are exciting, but even the brightest minds need adequate rest.
Hi, Mr. Riku. Excuse me, Master Riku. Yeah, completely misread that. I'm glad you liked it. I actually had someone comment saying, did I miss your rumination on the second movie?
This is Alex Yu.
Nope.
Speaking to
Never
any
actually did it.
surviving crew of Talos 1.
I know many of you are frightened, angry. Perhaps you blame me for what's happened. But I never intended to harm any of you. Believe me, quite the opposite. Commander Dahl, on the other hand, has no intention of rescuing anything except the secrets aboard this station. You're all liabilities to the company now. Dahl, I'm sure you can hear me. I don't know what the board told you, but you're out of your depth on this one. Call off your operators, or at least help us hold back the Typhon. We're on the verge of...
Your brother, he likes a microphone. A spotlight. He can't resist. Even though he's hiding. And you are running around like a nervous rat. I hear you. Chewing the wires and shitting in the walls. Are you trying to fix the mess you've made? Or just get away? I pride myself in being prepared for the worst. But this is truly a masterpiece. You should be proud.
Привет, Morgan.
Morgan, I was worried Dahl or his rescue team had intercepted you.
They are NCN-9 black box operators, not a rescue team. Rescue is not among their list of commands.
January, not now.
Yes, of course. But Dahl, his arrival may help us, as long as you have not killed him. You see, Dahl, he's a recipient of several neuromods, a standard array of combat, tactics, interrogation mods. As I'm sure you know, your father, the board, is very thorough.
Dr. Igwe, please present your conclusion to Morgan.
Igwe, if there is a point.
Well, yes. You see, Dahl's mods are early C-series betas and vulnerable. As such, he has old-school thinking on some matters. If we remove them, he may forget his mission here, yet we would still have access to the shuttle and a way home, provided his piloting knowledge remains intact. It's a risk, but worth taking, I think. He'll have to be subdued, of course. I'm afraid that task falls to you.
There is no one else alive on the station who can pilot the shuttle.
It's worth a try. And there's been enough killing.
I disagree.
Dr. Yu? Morgan? Oh, man. Thank God. I've just been going down the contact list hoping somebody would answer. I'm in trauma center. I came up here to look for supplies. I think I broke my arm when that blackout happened. Now I'm trapped. Aliens outside the door. I could really use some help, man.
Luther's been dead for a while. Also, I've already been in the trauma center. So, no, you're not. But sure, let's walk into the extremely obvious trap.
Morgan? Is that you?
System alert. Repair is needed.
Visual contact.
Oh no, it's a trap. Floor shock.
Got him.
Who could have foreseen this possibility?
All systems operational. Thank you.
Suffer me now. It's a laser off.
System alert. Repair is needed. Please contact a qualified engineer. Please don't harm me.
I'm stuck. Oh, by the way, that's Luther Glass. Oh my god, it got in. It got in. I was not ready for that. Okay. Okay. The bot is doing really well on that thing. Somehow. Wow, that bot earned their pay. Jesus, they're still going, too. What do they put in these military operators? No, I didn't fall for that for a millisecond. First of all, the timing of it, even if I hadn't actually already been in the trauma center, was terrible. Second of all, if you remember, we did the side quest about Luther Glass. Remember, the whole reason he was transferred in here was because he was someone who was hit by a typhon. And that's why he was brought in under unusual circumstances. This led to the quest Disposable, or Missing Corpses or something like that, which we had to go deal with eventually.
Repairs needed. Please
Down in Necro whatever area. So yeah, I've been in the trauma center. I've done that side quest, and it was extremely obvious that that was a trap. Was it Bellamy? I actually remember now. Well, whatever. Come here. Come here, Luther. We got work to do. Well, then never mind. I stand by my original statement. Even if I hadn't done the quest and hadn't already been into the trauma center, it was extremely obvious that that was a trap. Serve.
Echo found! Echo found! System alert. Repairs needed.
Plus, I'm pretty sure that if I decided to double check, I could go to a security station and see that Luther Glass is listed as dead. Yeah, I actually thought it would reanimate the corpse, and I'm like, okay, what use is that? And then it turned into the phantoms, plural, and I'm like, oh! Well, that's horrific. How long do you last? Oh my god, I could scan these.
Scan complete. New psionic aptitude available.
What if they... I mean, they probably don't follow us through zones. How many can we have up at a time? There's a lot of places with a lot of corpses. I need to start dragging corpses in here as ammo. Yeah, now I need to summon a nightmare. I need a corpse to do it. A human corpse to do it. Although, there's some water around here? That would be helpful. Hey, water. And a corpse. Hello, Mr. Corpse. Come with me if you want to live. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Requesting new operator. N-dash.
That made a flame one.
Ready to deploy. Please stand clear of aperture.
I think that the other ones were more effective. The flame one just kind of does the slow advance trick.
Aperture cleared. Operator deployment resuming. Warning. Suit integrity damaged.
Okay, these are not worth the ammo they cost to fight. Holy crap. Yeah, fire wasn't doing much. Shame I can't pick. If we can select, because I don't remember seeing an option where we can select, so nope, there's no selection. It just does it. Here's the voltaic. What do you know? Ham.
Requesting new operator. CN9 black box operator ready to deploy.
You coming?
Stand clear of aperture.
Hey, you. Stop being stuck and come here. Please. Hey, David Simmons, hey. Come assist me. Oh my god, he's just standing there. I guess we'll scan him.
Scan complete. New psionic aptitude available.
Nope. Okay. Oh, that sucks. He's contemplating his life choices. Why did I become a voltaic? Why did I become a smattering of neurons smeared across space and time? I wonder if this counts as an evil choice for the whole, you know, morality thing they keep pushing on. Hey, well, you are just straight up bugged, aren't you? You are just not moving. Wow. Okay.
Mr. Yu, this is Eddie Voss. I work down in cargo. The fact is, we've been stealing from you, sir. It started small, just, moving harmless contraband on and off the station. Pharmas, food not on the safe list. I don't know, maybe you don't pay your tax and hardware enough, but, Lily got ambitious after a while. Started stealing neuromods, fabrication plans, selling them to TranStar rivals. Yeah. Sit on that for a sec, Mr. Yu. Chasma's got our IP now. Lily made me modify some of the old alarm panels around Talos so, we could use them as dead drops. I'm certain a few of them still have company property. 3 taps with a wrench will pop it open. Anyway, I just wanted to say, I never meant for things to get out of hand. It just, took on a life of its own. But I'd like to make it right. Any way I can. That's all.
Well, that's the guy we just turned into a burning death thing, so I guess you have made it right. But yeah, this, doesn't... I'm not super impressed with how this is working out, or rather, isn't working out. But yeah, that to me means it's already planetside. So I suppose the shuttle thing didn't matter at all. Good to know. Seriously, what is going on with the AI here? Do you see this? They're both broken. Hi, I'm right here.
Bracketing area for clean sweep. Contact!
Okay, fair, Dakota.
Blazing echoes.
So, what? I mean, I'm just gonna use this. I got the ammo. Because the AI in general, like, it's just not working right now. For them or me. That is unfortunate.
Morgan, I've been thinking about what you've done, what you're doing. We all must act according to our nature, no matter what the psychologists and priests say. And your nature. I think I was right before. You are like a rat. Resourceful, sly, burdened with a kind of pestilence of the mind. This station was your laboratory, and the experiment was a failure. And, of course, sadly, you know what happens to the rats when they are no longer needed.
Taunt, 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 taunt. Taunt, 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 taunt.
I'm a search and rescue operator. Checking 3, 6, 9, and noon. Visual contact. Ah! Weapons cold. Nothing to burn. If you are TranStar personnel, please stand down. I am a rescue contact. Ah!
Okay, this is officially left the point where this is debatable as a glitch. So we're just gonna rewind a minute and say thank you to Eclectic. As always.
N-CN9 black box operator ready to deploy. Please stand clear of aperture.
Okay, well. The voltaic's moving. It's all fixed. Get him! You're a voltaic, get him! Jesus. Yeah, no, that's the anti-robot one. Jeez Louise. Wish we could select those instead of being a Diablo 2.
Green to kill.
Anyways, thank you, Eclectic. Did I say thank you? Oh, God. I'm having deja vu now. Either way, thank you, Eclectic, very much. Right. He wanted to put it in escrow. No, Jesse Ward. The only person who wanted to take it up on it is Eclectic, who's already traded with you, so there's not a lot of reason to that. So hang on. So, Eclectic is up to 8 in escrow. The company sent someone to clean up Dream Whisperer. Okay.
System alert. Repairs needed. Please contact a qualified engineer.
Warning. Vital signs critical. Requesting new operator.
Log submitted. Perimeter check.
N-CN9 black box operator ready to deploy. Please stand clear of aperture.
I think they want to reclaim the station, Dream Whisperer.
System alert. Repairs needed.
In these situations, he feels more like a fixer to me.
Green light on Sierra Delta. Got him. Green to kill. All systems operational.
Oh, right. I'm an idiot.
Aperture cleared. Operator deployment resuming.
Okay, I've decided there's no reason to fight these things. Peace!
Possible echo. Echo is out of bounds. Contact.
Warning. Suit integrity damaged.
Listen, this station represents... What's that quote from Aliens? This station represents considerable financial investment. Actually, I mean, that's true. This place was probably ludicrously expensive to set up.
Personnel, please stand down. Got him.
Morgan, I've been thinking about what you've done, what you're doing. We all must act according to our nature, no matter what the psychologists and priests say, and your nature. I think I was right before. You are like a rat. Resourceful, sly, burdened with a kind of pestilence of the mind. This station was your laboratory, and the experiment was a failure. And, of course, sadly, you know what happens to the rats when they are no longer needed.
Mr. Yu, this is Eddie Voss. I work down in cargo. Mr. Yu.
I had it earlier, and I just slipped off.
Cargo. The
No.
fact is, we've been...
Sorry. I think it's Eddie Voss. I think he worked down in cargo, and then he became a phantom. Thank you, Jesse Ward, as always. I will jot that down for Justified. By the way, I don't think I have any stun gun ammo right now, Traxia, so not really an option. Word 6. Come on. There we go.
Mr. Yu, this is Eddie Voss. I work down in cargo. The fact is, we've been stealing from you, sir. It started small, just, moving harmless contraband on and off the station. Pharmas, food not on the safe list. I don't know, maybe you don't pay your techs and hardware enough, but, Lily got it. Mr. Yu, this is Eddie Voss. I work down in cargo. The fact is, we've been stealing from you, sir. It started small, just, moving...
This is our life now.
This is Eddie Voss. I work down in cargo. The fact is, we've been stealing from you, sir. It started small, just, moving harmless contraband on and off the station. Pharmas, food not on the safe list.
Oh, come on.
Maybe it started small, just, moving harmless contraband on and off. It started small, just, moving harmless contraband on and off the station.
Yeah, I don't know where this guy works. I can't remember his name for some reason.
Safe list. I don't know, maybe you don't pay your techs and hardware enough, but, Lily got ambitious after a while. Started stealing neuromods, fabrication plans, selling them to...
Can I cancel this playthrough? Nope.
Yeah. Sit on that for a sec, Mr. Yu. Kazma's got our IP now. Lily made me modify some of the old alarm panels around Talos, so, we could, use them as dead drops. I'm certain a few of them still have company property. 3 taps with a wrench will pop it open. Anyway, I just wanted to say, I never meant for things to get out of hand. It just, took on a life of its own.
It just did.
I'd like to make it right. Any way I can.
There you are.
That's all.
Stop yammering to me and we'll call it good, okay? I thought about leaning. I guess I could try it again. It's just, I can only lean in one direction right now. Hello. This is what I was looking for. Maybe. Aw, just emails.
I've got a blip. Investigate. Notify and painted instruments wire.
Got it.
Got him.
Workplace harassment. One of my favorite things to read about. Totally not relevant to the news right this very moment.
Interrupt. I've got suspicious pingback. Echo bound. Echo bound.
What is this? Oh, it's guts.
Contact. Visual contact.
Alien threat detected. Warning. Vital signs critical.
Well, I don't know if you know this, Dream Whisperer, but Microsoft recently went to purchase Blizzard. Speaking of which... No. In both directions. much as I like the Mega Man thing. I do. Oh, I had it! No! I had it! Six. Leave me alone. I don't care about you.
Notify. Clear house.
Go away.
I've got him clear. Got him.
I hear there's so many of you. Really, really, really do not care! Ugh. There's a bridge?
Suit integrity damaged.
Yeah, I tried to cancel the one dispenser and failed at it. Means I was told the wrong thing. Again. I give up.
Just flash my scanners. Notify. Contact. Visual contact. Weapons hot.
Up. Well, what I was told via the internet, not you guys, was that what you could do is you could block the exit port, and they wouldn't spawn. That didn't work, so I gave up on that. I don't see anything even looking like a bridge control, so I'm gonna give up on that too.
I am a rescue operator. Echo found! Echo found!
Why?
Clean sweep. I am a visual contact. Stand down. Got him. Stand down. Echo painted. A contact. I am a visual contact.
Actually got it. Didn't think it would take 7 years to open.
I am a rescue operator. Instruments wide open. Echo painted. Stand down. I am a rescue operator. Echo painted. Echo found. Echo found. Box 7. Box 7. Instruments wide open. I am a rescue operator. Echo found! Echo found! Contact. Firing angle 0. No contact. Disengaging. Green light on.
Initiate Camosta's protocol. Wheels up and orbital inside the hour. Mission orders will be transmitted en route.
Commander Dahl, this is William Yu,
Our parent.
acting chairman of the TranStar Board of Directors.
I will need your credentials to authorize this mission.
Of course. My authentication sign is Zeta Invictus Emperor Tangerine.
Hold up. I'm going to write that down just in case. Zeta Invictus Emperor Tangerine.
Sign checks out. Good morning, Director Yu. Shuttle is hot and holding orbit. Awaiting mission parameters.
You must secure every piece of Cobalt clearance level technology and research aboard Talos 1. Then eliminate all TranStar personnel.
All personnel.
No survivors.
It's your show. And their funeral.
Payment will be deposited into 6 separate Benelux accounts. After you transmit evidence of success.
I leave my operator feeds on. Just keep watching.
We strongly advise deploying your technical officer to a station router inside the firewalls first. Ideal site would be in the hardware labs.
Yes, I've seen the schematics, Mr. Yu. Goodbye.
You will destroy this transmission after...
I can't think of the actor's name, but yeah, it's Covetous Shen. He's another great actor who's done some wonderful stuff over the years. Most of it in Blizzard, admittedly, but, you know, he's awesome, so what do you want from me? Okay. What, the location he has to go to is randomized? That's interesting. Hang on, let's look him up. What is the name of that actor? James Hong. That's him. Yeah, he does good stuff. What else is he in? Hang on. Television, movies. Come on, where's games? Here we go. Video games. He was apparently in Kung Fu Panda. And in Black Ops 2. He was in Alpha Protocol. I remember that one. He apparently does some stuff for the recent Star Wars things, too. I knew he was in Star Wars Rebels, but apparently he's also in Star Wars Visions. Oh. He was also in Clone Wars. I don't remember that. Only two big adventures. Anyways, point being, he's awesome. Moving on. Yeah, Hong's been in a lot of stuff. He's good stuff. I like him. Run! Where's all the bots?
Cleared for Sierra and Delta actions.
Got it. But yeah, stuff like that is why the glue gun is 2 positives. If you're wondering. Okay, that's messed up, as everything on this station is, so I guess that's nothing new, really. Yeah, but I don't have any enemies right now. Also, they were drawing things like that. Oh, never mind. I have an enemy. Suffer me now. We got an etheric this time. And 2 etherics, right. We get 2 etherics when we get an etheric. That makes sense. We have 119 exotic material. And very little metal, which is what's actually limiting us here. Like, we could probably get a lot of neuromods if we had more metal. I should probably Google where a good spot is to just turn a whole lot of debris into metal. But anyways. Okay, that's strange. Well, obviously knock loose. Why else would I use it? Well, that and the desire for efficiency. You gotta be efficient. But no, Dakota is quite correct. It depends on the setting.
Cleared for Sierra and Delta actions.
Let's just clear up our inventory a little bit here really quick.
No contact. Disengaging. Zone sweep. Checking attack angles.
Oh yeah, I can scan these.
Research complete.
Interesting.
Instruments clean. No echoes.
Yeah, I'd say necromancy is like the dark side, but I'd only be making a joke at Django's expense. I will say it is very much how I view the dark side and how a lot of orcs also view the dark side. Useful. Dangerous.
Hello? Is someone... I'm in the escape pod with Emanuela de Silva. We're stuck in the launch tube. The hatch on the outside is supposed to blow when the pod launch initiates, but... I guess the bolt's misfired. Could you help us out? You'd have to EVA to get the hatch off from the outside. I know it's a lot to ask. I don't know what else to do. Sit here and starve, I guess. There's an override switch behind the panel to force a pod launch. But don't hit that until the outside hatch is off. We'd be blown to bits.
Blow to bits, huh?
Frank, you in there, man? What's wrong with these pods?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? It's your job to know, damn it. You inspected them, right?
Yes.
Then why the hell is the launch sequence doing jack shit?
I don't know, Drew. I'm sorry.
What about your pod? Open up.
I can't do that.
What are you talking about?
Bolts in the outside hatch misfired. We're stuck in the launch tube.
Ugh! You didn't wait for anyone else, you son of a bitch! I hope you starve to death in there!
Escape pod launch in 10.
Wait! What are you doing? Oh, damn it! Okay, listen. I don't know what you saw or read but it's not what it looks like!
No, it's what it looks like. Frank is a piece of shit. But please, don't punish me because of him. I just want to go home. Please, Morgan.
Launch.
Fine. I guess we won't murder people. I guess. Alright, hang on. So let's get the hatch, which is, I don't know, way over there for some reason. Listen, as much as I adore murdering people, I'm low on ammo, alright, so...
Lasers on.
Yeah, you can do a lot of really messed up stuff in this game. What's really funny is you have to really, really work at it to get the, well, the two evil endings. Like, it takes some work. We have already failed at getting the evil ending, to put it in a bit of perspective here. How many people have I died so far? I think 2. I'm still pissed about that. That's right. The Crippler. That was the second playthrough, Knock Loose. Thank you very much. It was satisfying.
I'm told my ops are hidden as an HR expense in the TranStar books. It's true. I do solve people problems. Your workmates hiding in the cargo bay are going to suffocate in a few minutes. Maybe you can save them, but you'll have to come out of the walls, Rat. Life support. The clock is ticking.
Morgan! Dal's cut off oxygen to the cargo bay.
You've got to be kidding me.
There's nothing I can do from here, and none of the doors are responding. Atmosphere controls are in life support. If you can help, do it quick. Or this is the last time we'll be talking.
You've got to be kidding.
Miss Elazar is right to be alarmed, though her assessment is mistaken. Dahl is manipulating the oxygen and nitrogen mixture. With nitrogen flooding into the atmosphere, anyone in the cargo bay will asphyxiate far more quickly than had he simply cut the oxygen. I suspect they'd already be dead if Dahl weren't trying to use them to manipulate you.
You've gotta be freaking kidding me with this crap. Okay, hang on. Get all this junk off my screen. Go away. Go away. Alright. Where am I? That's way over there. That's where there. Why not go? Nope. To Google. I mean, they can wait, but I'm curious what we're supposed to do here exactly. No, yep, I am actually right. I'm just failing at it. Apparently, you need to use the wrench in order to blow these things. There. Now, where's my ultimatum? Oh, got him. Okay, I'm actually turned around, which is rare for these space sequences. Where the crap am I? There. Apparently, Black Mulligan. I mean, I'm going off of a guide I just read 5 seconds ago, so who knows. Oh, haha, Black Mulligan. Maybe on the other side. Here-ish. I mean, there's a lot of corpses in space. So. Plenty of opportunities for new friends.
Warning, dangerous level of explosive gas.
Diagnosing superficial injuries. Nothing a portable medical kit
Halt
couldn't
until
handle.
repairs can be made.
Please, hold still. This will only...
Warning, dangerous level of explosive gas detected. Please evacuate and avoid all open flames or sparks until repairs can be made. Warning, dangerous level of explosive gas
N-CN9.
I've already fired a gun in there. It blows up the station. And then we die, believe it or not.
Morgan, seems you do give a damn about your employees. Disappointed. Or maybe you just really want to kill me. This makes it very easy for me to do my job. Kill him.
Hello, are you here for an appointment?
You deal with that stuff behind me. I got some other things to deal with. Yeah, considering there's several other bad endings. Like, you'd think that they would have an option for that in the world. Sorry, it's from Grandma Lore, or Lore Grand, or what we ended up calling her. As I say, this is the wrong area. It's... Tell that immediately. I mean, as I mentioned, joining him is an option, although I don't know specifics. Grand Runner. Just like that. So that means that's going to be down this way. Mate.
System alert. Repairs needed. Please contact a qualified contact.
Here's mate. Didn't we... Oh, whatever.
Possible visual contact.
Casper. I read you.
No echoes. Checking a tap.
Need you to do this a little bit quicker.
Morgan, air's almost gone. Please, kill that sociopathic wiring.
Working on it. Just give me a minute. Hi, Ross.
Employing countermeasures against me. I would like to dedicate more processing power to it. You can't stand to be beaten. No. Keep current allocations. Is it Alex?
There is no person aboard Talos 1 who can perform operations dispatch.
No.
Blazing echoes.
How did I get in here last time?
Every one of you thinks that. Keep working. Dala. There he is! Take him down!
Firing. Hostile is engaging. Contact.
Sure, I can break the rest of the glass, but not that glass. I see how it is, game.
Suit integrity damaged.
Yeah, but I got in here well before I got that ability, which is why I'm just kind of like, ah. Whatever.
Nothing.
Also, I'm a little low on some things. Well, listen, the bots are just doing what they're programmed to, okay? They're just doing their job, you know. It's cool. Everything's cool here. Are you freaking kidding me?
Repeat. Contact lost. Contact. Visual contact. Full burn. Echo found. Echo found.
There. So how do I not kill him?
You're finished! Oh!
There, he's dead. Alright, so.
Without Dahl, we have no chance of getting off the station. We're trapped here.
Wait, are you sure, Schmudolf?
Morgan, the air's flowing again. I can breathe.
Okay. Oh, I have some.
I will tell your mother and father.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Hang on.
Goodbye, Morgan.
Morgan, you did it. I'll arrange transport with the medical operator. Then we can see about removing his neuromod. And hopefully, gaining his shuttle in the process.
Morgan, the air's flowing again. I can breathe. And I hope this means Dal can't. Thank you. A little longer and... Never mind. Elazar out.
Okay, so. Now to kill him. Now we gotta get the hardware labs. And, I guess, back up to the shuttle bay. Okay. Excuse me. Oh, got attack. How do you get him to the walls? While we wait for the magic of letting it happen off camera. Okay. That's wrong. There we go. I mean, near as I can tell, Tyron. I don't know, it's a little here and a little there. Are we back on schedule? No. We might beat this game tomorrow. If we don't, we will officially be 3 days behind schedule. We're already guaranteed going to be 2 days behind schedule. Like that, there's no avoiding that. That's just in... I've just accepted that. We're done. We're behind. Done. Moving on. Wasn't there one? I guess not.
Welcome. Maybe I can help you.
You can. That's what I was looking for. Please tell.
Diagnosing.
Yeah, we're not exactly at Persona 5 unexpected length, but this game is unexpectedly longer than presented, yes.
Questionnaire. Your feedback will be invaluable.
It's okay. Honestly, that's a little bit to be expected. Because A, I'm wrong every now and again. And B, oh, this was funded way back before we were being a little bit more thorough about the schedule and about how much we estimate runs to be. In fact, the original estimated time for this run was 4 hours. Well, actually 8 hours, but let's not get into that. That's really weird, Zectept. Someday you may finish it, Blackfall. Not anytime soon. Towards the Gunvolt trilogy. You got it, Cycloud. Thank you for watching my show. Oh, I have no idea. This was so long ago that I don't know what method I was using to estimate runs back then. I don't do whatever it was. Oh, you're with me. It's Luther Glass. I don't do that anymore, one way or the other, so... Shrug.
Dr. Yu, Dr. Igwe, we have the subject, Dal.
Off camera.
His life signs are stable. Thank you. We are prepping him in the neuromod division now. Come as soon as you can.
Yeah, I got a couple other things to deal with real quick. Let's see if we can get any stuffs here.
Привет, Morgan.
Hi. Nope. Okay. Just wanted to say hi. Okay, bye. No, actually, let's, while we're here, do a little cleanup. Oh my god, there's a Typhon right behind you. Don't worry, it's with me. What? Don't worry about it.
Morgan.
Just don't worry about it, okay? And yeah, one of the other things, too, I've noticed this myself just from experience, is that a game that I know, like a game that I'm already familiar with, I will inevitably smash through substantially faster than a game where I'm running through blind. Obviously, right? Like, I mean, that varies, but it tends to be true. That's true, I could just save them all. It tends to be true in any game that, you know, has any kind of branching or exploration or whatever, because I already know where I'm going, so I don't have to roam blindly. I don't have to get lost, because it's like, well, I go here and here and here. I mean, how fast did we absolutely crush Mega Man 5? Like, 2 hours? I think it's actually one of our quickest runs ever. Okay. I do like having invincible armies, but what I like even more is having a functional suit. Yeah, most of the Mega Mans I'm sufficiently, at least the good ones, I'm sufficiently familiar with that I just stomp, stomp, stomp. Please heal me.
Your suit's leaking. I'll patch that for you.
Exactly. What I'm saying. Like, I already know where stuff is. I already know what I'm getting into. I already know how I'm going to review certain things, so... Oh, I know Black Malkin, but I happened to be going here anyway, so it seemed efficient to go ahead and hit that guy while I was right here. See, I actually remembered this specific location.
Commander Dahl, this is Casper. Status report. Commander Dahl.
Doors are working again, Morgan. Nice work. I'm taking what's left of my crew to the atmosphere controls in life support. We're going to clear out Dal's shitcat operators and make sure there are no more mishaps with the air on this station.
Dal populated his entire crew with customized operators. He made the mistake of hanging his hopes on a machine. Flesh and blood is messy, Morgan, but it's the only thing that matters in the end. Well done. The upload just kicked in. Meet me in the Arboretum. We have important work to do.
Oh yeah, that's another good one. When we do the Subnautica replay, which will be later this year, I have a much better idea of what I'm doing, as opposed to... So for those of you who weren't there for the initial Subnautica stream, a lot of the initial stuff was refusing to leave the very first area. Mostly because of terror. And I'm not ashamed to admit that. I was like, okay, nope, back into the pod. Okay, let's go out and get a thing, and then back into the pod. And that was just my life and yeah, then I stumbled into the worst thing, well, arguably the worst thing in the game, a Reaper, and it's like, okay, confirmed. I need to be super cautious. Fears confirmed. Yeah. Tens of trillions? How do I explain a vast number to someone? I sure hope so, Eclectic, because yeah, we're gonna play Below Zero right after it, and I'm going into that one blind. I don't know anything about Below Zero, and I'd like to keep it that way. Whoop! Of course. It's worth noting that I loved Subnautica. That was just awesome. Fantastic game. But yeah, those... Oof, that game. Whoa, whoa. I have a thing with the water anyways. Like, it still bothers me if I can see the ocean in all directions, and I just start to freak out a little bit. That happens in real life, too.
Visual contact.
Typhon contaminant.
Are you kidding me with this crap?
System alert.
You know what? Let's just not even. Let's just even. Please stop shooting me. How do I explain trillions? Give me a minute here. I should deal with this thing. Techno jackass. Let's let gravity settle this. Or don't switch. Alright, no, switch to the frickin' shotgun. Okay. Shotgun get.
Attitude adjustment required.
Yeah, that's actually a good way to put that. Imagine that you... imagine for a moment that in your home, apartment, wherever you live, there also lived, let's say, 90 other people. There you go. There's a way to visualize trillions. Just imagine 90 people crammed into wherever you live right now. Now, obviously, it wouldn't work that way, but again, I'm just trying to get across the visualization of what that kind of a number really means. Yeah, actually, let's do this first. Let's get this out of the way first. It's one of the reasons a huge number of sci-fi works usually have planetary populations in the tens or maybe hundreds of millions. Because most colonies aren't going to be as immensely fleshed out as, for example, Earth is.
Employees' talent show is now open. See Galen in the crew quarters front desk to reserve a slot.
Actually, it just occurred to me I have another way to explain trillions. This is actually more billions than trillions, but it's still true. So imagine for just a moment that you are in charge of a large-scale corporation. Now, let's say that you have just lost millions of dollars and everything's horrible forever. However, your company, which is worth billions of dollars, is worth so much money that those millions you just lost won't even show up as a rounding error on the annual spreadsheet.
Operator deployment resuming.
Now imagine that by a factor of another 1,000, and you've got an idea. Sorry, that's been on my mind lately because there's an issue about that right now with Activision.
Deployment resuming.
I've been doing Activision research in my spare time because I need to talk about that during the Lore Week, and there's a lot to cover. So, you know. Okay. Back through. Yeah. If you lose billions of dollars and you make trillions, it's not that big of a loss. Okay, I'm going to be honest, I don't remember how I got over there, so I'm going to... Oh, no, that's the guts. How did I get over there? There will be a lore week, unfortunately. Up. Okay, I remember now. Why I turned this stupid thing on.
System alert.
That is a huge number of people, Gum. Good God. Yeah, I like to have lore weeks where we have something, you know, good to talk about, as opposed to something who knows. which is what we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about who knows. You. Okay. Okay. Save.
Morgan, we're in life support now. It's all clear. Air's normal across the board. I lost some good people fighting the black boxes. And Dahl wasn't here. If you see him before I do, make him pay. Elazar out.
Well, we're going to erase his memory. Does that count?
Escape pod launch in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Reloading everything. We had some issues earlier. We don't want to run into that again.
Thanks, Morgan. Means a lot to me that you did all that, despite Frank.
You're welcome.
I'm transmitting the location of something that could help. I couldn't get it off the station, but maybe it can help you.
Reward. Yeah, 30 billion is an onerous amount of people, I'll tell you what. Oh yeah, Earth is already doomed at this point, whatever. You notice I let the shuttle land? I mean, I hate to bring in math into something that's clearly supposed to be a morality question, but I'm sorry. Math has stopped mattering. Typhon have clearly infected Earth. If they haven't, I would go so far as to call it bad writing.
System alert. Repairs needed. Please contact a qualified engineer.
Right? Like, there's no way. There's no way they're not already infected. To some extent or another. So, screw it. Whatever. Moving on. Good morning, Sonocat. This game sucks! You can tell by the score. Really? Okay, hang on. Nope. That's... Yeah, we'll see what we think of that in the ending. Whichever ending we get. Please deliver to a P.O. box in Fresno, California. This is a medical emergency. Payments already been transferred. We're both at risk taking us off the station, so please be discreet. Mom, I sent special meds to help. Please follow the instructions carefully. I know you hate needles, but believe me, the neuromods can do miraculous things. I'll contact you soon. Remember not to mention any of this when communicating. Love, Emanuela. Interesting. Oh, I'm not talking about, like, the fact that they stole their things or whatever. I'm just saying, like, logically speaking, in a station like this, which already has as many security holes as we've found, which is, what, like, 5 so far? There's no way that the Typhon have been contained. That's all I'm trying to say, just by basic logic. Assuredly, the Typhon have spread by now. I would be gobsmacked if they haven't.
Aperture cleared. Operator deployment resuming.
Unless what's been happening is our dad, down below, has been actually on top of all the things we haven't been on, and has actually been shutting down or shooting every shuttle that comes down from the station, like, oh, there's another shuttle coming. Alright, that one's gone. And yeah, you still have time to change your guesses if you want to, because we're not even on the final day of streaming at this point. We're most likely going to be starting Moon Crash today, hopefully, fingers crossed, but we're definitely not going to finish it today. And thank you, Jaded Font, always. I will jot that down for absolutely nothing! Unless you want to put it towards something, in which case I'll put it towards that. See, that makes me wonder, though. If they've ordered a complete purge, it may be possible that they're getting to the point where they're having trouble, like, keeping up with all the stuff they have to break down here. And so they're finally like, okay, just deal with the station. Kill everything on board. Yes, everything. Don't take people up. Yeah, the turrets turn on us, but phantoms, they never turn on us. You'd never turn on me, would you? You're my only friend. He was waiting for me right there at the door. And turrets have to be hacked to be friendly, whereas all I had to do was reconstitute him from a corpse. Necromancy. It does a body good. I admittedly know very little about Moonverse. I've already said that, and that hasn't changed. I haven't looked anything up since stating it. I know it exists. I know it's roguelike, and that is pretty much it. Hey, Igwe.
Dr. Yu, Morgan, I was afraid you wouldn't make it. The subject, Dahl, has been secured. I believe I've isolated the correct neuromod. It is essential we say as little as possible of what has happened on the station and focus on the situation. Dahl, if memory serves, should resort to field training and react accordingly. He was never one to question orders. Ready when you are, Morgan. Remember, if this works, say nothing.
No problem. Let's get a save, just in case. Hang on, save. Save? Hang on. Save. Okay. Save.
When extracted, Dahl's memory should revert back to the inception date, and he should forget his assignment here. If you're having second thoughts, performing the extraction can't set us back any more than we already are, except for time.
Hello, volunteer. My name is Bianca Goodwin. Hello, volunteer. My name is Bianca Goodwin. I'm the volunteer and guest liaison aboard Talos 1. I wanted to be the first person to congratulate you on behalf of everyone at TranStar. Well done and thank you. I'm sure you feel disoriented. This is because you've just experienced a medical procedure known as apto-regressive neurotomy. For the next few hours, you might have trouble with fine motor skills or recalling details. More importantly, your memory of the tests is completely gone. But don't worry. I want you to know your willing participation was a big success. It's already yielding valuable information for our scientists and engineers. So, please, rest easy for now. Once you feel well enough, I'll come by to conduct your exit interview. See you soon. Hello, volunteer. My name is Bianca Goodwin. I'm the
We're not raping his mind. We're just removing a part of it.
What? Who are you? Morgan? Your father's been asking about you. And Alex. I was supposed to report to him about her retrieval after modding up. Where am I? Why am I restrained?
Commander, Dahl, I am Dr. Igwe, Chief Physician here.
I've seen your face in the company directory. Alex's pet. The discredited parapsychologist.
Commander Dahl, you've suffered a severe head injury as a result of a crisis here on the station. We need to evacuate at once, but we couldn't leave without you. Are you able to pilot a shuttle?
What? Yes, of course I can pilot. Wait, what emergency? Is this Argus installation? Where's Casper?
I'm afraid there's no time to explain. We need to get to the shuttle bay and prepare for departure. TranStar mandate. Dr. Yu can confirm.
Of course. Morgan, you look like shit.
All right, let's get Daddy's precious child off the station. Or TranStar will blackbox me.
Just need to check your vitals. Wouldn't want our pilot to faint.
There's nothing wrong with me.
We'll meet you there, Morgan.
Yeah, except we're not escaping. We got other stuff to do. But you can escape now.
It's by design that I can predict what you're going to do fairly often. And yet, this turn of events with Dahl, I'm impressed and surprised you've managed to find a way to get remaining crew off the station. I have no doubt they'll remember your sacrifice.
Maybe I can help you.
490 medical class op.
Diagnosing. Looks like you've had a rough day. There. All better. Don't forget to complete a patient questionnaire. Your feedback will be invaluable.
How do I get Sarah to them? I want to make sure she and her people get off, too. Hang on, hang on. Because Sarah mentioned she'd moved to life support. I remember that. And I know where life support is, and it's nowhere near the shuttle bay. But then again, with everything operating and running, maybe she'll be able to get up there. I don't know. Well, I'm gonna presume the game knows what it's doing. Because we have helped Sarah, and we have helped get the shuttle, so I'm just gonna assume it acknowledges both those things. And we can move on. That sounds awesome, Sierra Mike. Horrible, but awesome. Yep. Sorry. Okay, so we are now going up to the Arboretum. God, I want to play Fantasy General 2 someday. I actually used to like Fantasy General until it got crap. I know that. So, one of the things I used to do is I used to replay, like, the first, I think it's 2 campaigns in Fantasy General. And then the mission design just kind of went to pot and started being bad, so I would just stop. And then I'd go and replay those first 2 campaigns again, you know, the Neverwinter Nights problem, in short. But anyways, I saw they were making Fantasy General 2. It's actually still on my wish list. I haven't bought it yet. And I'm really hoping that it's, you know, good. I know, random request from a game for it to be good. I noticed this load times are slowing down bit by bit the further we get in. Probably because it's keeping a lot of things in active memory as we maneuver through here. Like positions of, nightmares! For example. Minute. I'm not afraid of nightmares. I'm not afraid of anything. I'm gonna live forever! Wait for that. Then I'm gonna switch up to that. Do that. And then shoot him in the groin. So I didn't know there was a remake, would be my answer to that, von Falkenstein. Okay, so. Back into it. Psycho Shock is so great. Excuse me. I feel like there should be one around here somewhere, but I don't remember where. I actually used to play a lot of the General games. I remember those? Panzer General, Allied General, Fantasy General, Space General, Perfect General, Civil General.
Repairs needed.
They all had the same exact problem, but they were some of the earliest strategy games I had access to, so I just devoured those. Because that was very shortly after I discovered I was into strategy as a concept. It was a little bit of a sand before water kind of thing, but man, I played the crap out of those. I am not finding what I'm looking for. Yep, Pacific Admiral. That one. The two I probably replayed the most is actually Fantasy General and Space General, or Star General, excuse me, Star General. But, you know, whatever. Do I have a code for this yet? I do.
System alert. Repairs needed.
Ah, whatever. I was hoping for some water.
System alert. Repairs needed. System alert. Repairs needed. Please contact a qualified engineer.
What I call what, Gum Gum? The fact that they have trade? I would call it trade. Alex. Alex.
System alert. Repairs needed.
Alex? Oh, for God's sakes.
I promised you my arming cape. All I ask is you hear me out first. And you can blow Talos 1 to pieces if that's what you think is best. I don't think you'll do it. I know. Because I used to think we couldn't be trusted to play with fire without burning the house down. But you convinced me. You showed me anything was possible, even if the price was steep. That part of you is still in there. We can make history, Morgan. Not those leeches on the TranStar board of directors, not Mom and Dad. You and I. Just like we planned. We've got the data to confirm what you suspected. And Carl is broadcasting a neural signal. A secret message reaching to the stars. What I want to know is what is the message? And who is listening to it? I think you know. Ever since we first tested the Typhon neuromods, you've known. This fabrication plan is for the null-wave device prototype you conceived. It will hijack the Carl signal and use it to deliver a massive shock to every Typhon organism at once. Take it. And the army key, like I What? Morgan!
Hello. Oh, God damn it. Which crisis would this be? I'm not sure, actually. I'm not 100% sure what I'm looking at, other than, obviously, the final boss. Get in here. Nice safe room. Stay there. look around his room really quick while we're here. Morgan doesn't know. We'll take that. That. We'll get to that in a minute. Apparently we need to seal this from the outside. I guess there's a logic to that.
System alert. Repairs needed.
Morgan, thank you for what you did. You could have left me to die. It's more important than ever now that we finish this the right way. Take care of the null-wave device. I'll head for the bridge as soon as I catch my breath.
All personnel must complete monthly physicals during
So I don't want to humanize, but does that look like a face and a mouth which is consuming psychic energy to anybody else? Random question. Hey, a lot of our quests have suddenly gone away. Right, I'm just seeing things, of course. Yeah. Anyways. Oh yeah, let's try scanning the thing. That's the dumbest thing we could possibly do. Hang on. Let's do it. I'm ready. That's probably out of range. Oh well. We'll scan it later. When we actually fight the last boss. Don't mind me. Okay, that's blocking the way. I can scan it, though. What? Okay, we're gonna quit doing that. Okay. So that's blocked off. Let's try this way. Nope, that's blocked off too. Is space blocked off? Kinda looks like it is. Yep, exterior is blocked. Okay. So that's two ways out of here that I can't go through. It's starting to get a little worrisome. No, it just... Well, I mean, I don't know is actually the answer to your question, Gum Gum. Also, that's not a stupid question. But I don't know is the answer. I mean, if he can eat it, I can eat it too. That's the lesson, right?
System alert. Repairs needed. Please contact a qualified engineer.
Oh yeah, speaking of which.
Well, here we are. Hopefully you'll never have to listen to this recording, but if you do, then something unfortunate's happened to me. I suspect you've seen enough by now to abandon the notion of destroying Talos 1. I've always been the one who thought we couldn't be trusted to play with fire without burning the house down. But you convinced me that we could do anything we imagined. No matter how ridiculous. I hope you still believe that. If not, then I'm glad I died before seeing my brother succumb to pessimism. We have the data to confirm what you suspected. The coral is broadcasting a neural signal. A secret message reaching out to the stars. What I want to know is what is the message, and who is listening to it. I have a feeling you already know. I'm carrying a fabrication plan for the prototype null-wave device you conceived. Make one, then place it at the heart of the coral. We'll hijack the coral's signal and use it to deliver a massive shock to every Typhon organism at once. Good luck, Morgan. I just regret...
Repairs needed.
I won't be at your side to see it happen.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what that is.
Okay, so my voice is obviously familiar. Probably sound more tired than usual. It's been never-ending, setting up the rooms and protocols to test the new mods. The risk is substantial, but if we succeed, copying neural networks from the Typhon onto human minds is going to change everything. So, I'm putting myself in the sim. I've done everything I can to make sure I don't wind up lobotomized. One last safety measure. Let me introduce October. Say hello. Hello, Dr. Yu. October will help you remember what you're supposed to do if things go sideways. Once testing starts, there's no going back. When they uninstall the mods and reset the test, it'll rewind me. I'll forget everything. Theoretically, they could keep me reliving the same day over and over, and I'd never know. If you're listening to this, that's probably what happened. It also means I don't know if I can trust my own brother. Alex won't like what I have to say next. I've started plans for a prototype null wave strong enough to kill every Typhon on Talos 1. I hid a copy of the plan on top of the data tower by the scary chair. You know the one I'm talking about. Alex agreed to explore the idea, but I know my brother. First sign of trouble, he'd rather blow it all up and blame someone else. So you're probably on your own. There's a lot at stake here. Too late to stick our heads in the sand. You know what to do.
October.
Captain? I thought... Your shift isn't for another 2 hours, but I need you to come in now. Is everything okay? No, it's not. Stop by my cabin first. Bring the gun from my safe. Transmitting the key code. Right away, Captain.
And I think we're caught up. Hey, there's the golden gun. Right over there, apparently. Is Guts... Oh, okay. Okay, that's... Okay, hang on. There's no way to get this fabricator working, is there? Could really use a working fabricator right about now.
Repairs needed. Please contact a qualified engineer.
I mean, yeah, earlier I was like, oh, what do you want to bet there's in December? And apparently there was an October, too. So we've been doing this for a frickin' while.
System alert. Repairs needed.
Well, we can try here. Let's get a save here, in case we can't use the elevator, and then we'll just F9 back. Because I haven't been by the elevator yet, I think. I'm actually not 100% sure of that statement. This is a little disorienting. Okay. Where am I? Let's just do this. So, we need to be up here. Yep. So we need up that way. Okay. And I did, yeah. Black Waffle.
Scan complete. More specimens required.
Speaking of which, so we've got our tentacle. Error, unable to connect to Psychotronics database, no entries found. Tiny part of the apex, intent on devouring anything in its path. Attracted to movement, no way to permanently kill. Use null wave or Q beams to beat them back. Very cute. They're very adorable. At least, yeah. Don't fall this time. Wait. I am facing the wrong way. Go this way. On my knee. Nothing to see here. Stop, 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 stop. Okay. I'm sure there's no personality drift that was happening. Didn't I already check over here? Maybe not. This doesn't feel right. Okay, yeah, that's the exterior, so I need to go just a little bit... Wait, hang on. Yes, I am, Dr. Winter. I'm going to the wrong location. Unless... No, that's to deep storage. Okay, so I am... that's not going to work. So I need to go there. How do I get there? Well, let's just say I have a specific condition that will trigger for all 3 of those runs. 4, sorry. That has not happened yet. Isn't... No. I'm right. This is the way to the elevator. Let's go down. Go over. Oh, we passed 10 years of streaming already. And yeah, the blaze blocked by death. So we try the other side. This is the first place I went to. Ha! Yeah, no kidding, Carol Illinois. Poor December.
Morgan, you anticipated the kind of appeal Alex would make. Sibling bonds. History. You programmed me to refute him point by point. However, we can skip that. A typhon the size of a skyscraper is currently eating Talos 1 for lunch. Ergo, Alex is wrong. Destroy the station. Just as you planned. The blast will take the monster down with it.
Destroy the station? But didn't you hear him? The null way. Alex is correct. It could work and preserve what we have learned here. We have to try.
Igwe, look at the alien outside the station.
Of course it's a risk, but we've seen the generator work. To destroy all this, to murder a species, and the research lost. It's...
January's right, Morgan. We can't let these things get back to Earth, even if one of them hit Earthside.
Morgan, please. Destroying the station should be the last option, not the first.
Attention. Station leadership has issued an alert. All personnel should report to muster stations immediately and await further instructions.
Scan complete.
Yay! We now have ether absorption. Absorb 50% of all ether damage as psi points. Wow.
Sound aptitude available.
Well, also, it's trying to eat me, so let's get out of that. Where are they? Have a quick drink. Have another quick drink. There we go. There is a destroy the station ending, yes. There's quite a few endings. And some, when I say, so there's several, like, broad endings, and then there's a couple of permutations of those endings. Oh. Oh, no, that's Luther. That's Luther.
System alert. Repairs needed. Diagnosing superficial injuries. Nothing a portable medical kit could handle. This won't take long. All done. Don't forget to complete a patient questionnaire. Your feedback will be invaluable.
Yeah, admittedly, even mathematically, I think the psychic bomb is a little bit more likely to work than the bomb in this case. I believe so, Dakota. Like, you can skip a lot of stuff in this game. Okay. Get a save in case I'm wrong. Oh, wait. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Thanks for rescuing.
Hi, Morgan.
Hi. Why aren't you running to Dahl to get the hell off the... Okay, you know what? I don't care at this point. Hey, let me recycle my stuff real quick. And that. And that. Oh, hey. Like in real life, Gum Gum? Well, you see...
The heart of the coral is in psychotronics, in the original containment cylinder. Placing the null-wave device there will override the entire coral network with our own signal. Use your psychoscope to locate the exact spot.
This is it. Either you destroy Talos 1, or that creature destroys us.
Yeah, Typhon's like, you know, we could make money. Or, sorry, real life, the corporation's like, you know, we can make money off the Typhon. I mean, don't you want to make money? Doesn't everyone want to make money? So what's the issue? Oh, I never got that code. Oh, well. It's... God damn it. Alright, hang on. I don't think talking to her is going to do anything, but just in case it does. Did Earth used to exist, Baron? Or was it Middle Earth? The Typhon are going to solve the coronavirus. That's true, Image. We'll be a lot richer.
What the hell is that thing out there?
Okay, so, as expected. The reason I didn't suspect that would do anything, Von Falkenstein, is the NPC interactions are really lacking in this game. I haven't decided if it's negative worthy, but there's definitely an absence of NPC interactions, you know what I mean? The most obvious example that we've already seen, where it's like, hey, oh my god, I don't even want to speak to you. Get out of my sight. Hi, Morgan. It's actually very Bethesda, is what it reminds me of. We're orbiting the moon.
If the idea hasn't occurred to you, I'm sure it will eventually. Don't do it. I can't predict what would happen if you scan the apex, but all my models point to suffering.
Scanning the apex. And it absolutely has occurred to me already. That's true, ZeniMax does own this game. Very true, Black Malkin. And it's worth noting that the audio conversations are actually just fine. That's why I'm kind of hesitant to actually ding it, you know.
Stuff to you.
There is an issue with sound balancing. I actually gave that negative. It's a real shame because I can think of several really good games that have sound balancing issues. Witcher 3 is probably one of the most infamous ones for me because like it's got this great voice acting and this great sound design, but the audio balancing was just all over the place. Alright. Save. And scan.
Gravity detected.
There's nothing to scan. I was lied to. I want to scan the apex. What happens if I scan the apex? Oh, whatever. Hi, Space Cadet.
Kill them.
Adrenaline. And another dose of Morgan's cell lines. Do it.
That should do it. Come to the bridge. We can finish this thing once and for all.
Bridge? Okay.
Assume Alex's plan succeeds. Then what? You're taking a massive gamble that there aren't more predators like the Typhon. In the history of the universe, humans have only recently become self-aware. Yet you're going to kick the door open on a much wider and older cosmic ecology. One that feeds on consciousness. These are shark-infested waters. Alex believes we can be the bigger shark. But what if we're just poor swimmers, and now there's blood in the water?
I mean, okay, there's a validity to that sentence, but what you're failing to offer is an alternative solution. Also true, Plutonia.
Dr. You.
I mean, I kind of get it. The whole point is that January is programmed to think only in one direction, and so is doing everything he can to convince us of that. It's just his statements are not convincing, as Dakota points out. Which makes sense. He's a robot designed only to do one thing. But oh, can I scan it now? Nope. Must scan Apex. Actually, yeah. I like Jurassic Park, but Malcolm, I've never really agreed with his overall point. And, I mean, honestly, that was arguably part of the point of the book. Was that he was just wrong and spouting his own stuff because he thought he was right, which I know that describes everyone, including me. No, not the life found your way thing. The fact that they had no control over it, that they didn't know what they were doing, and that they shouldn't have even tried. That's an argument that tends to irritate me a little bit, the shouldn't even try thing. Because the argument always boils down to the same exact concept. It's difficult and could result in bad things, therefore you shouldn't try. And I don't know, something about that always irritates me, because that's like saying you shouldn't drive your car. Like, I get your argument, but you're wrong. Now, that's my point. If Malcolm, and indeed, again, the book actually covers a little bit. If Malcolm's point had been, you should do this correctly, then I would agree with him. Because they should have done it correctly. They didn't. They cut corners, and they cut more corners, and then they cut more corners. I mean, their entire security system was dependent on one person, for God's sakes. That's insanity.
Microgravity detected.
Yeah, the joke of the repeated statement of spared no expense was that actually... And we're dead. Wow, it's like the first time that's actually killing me because I can't get by quickly enough.
Microgravity detected.
I got the ammo to deal with that. Hey, remember how we talked about things that could make people a security risk? Nedry ticks almost all of those boxes. I know, right, Black Bulk? It's the thing that just keeps killing me. Anyways. But yeah, the argument usually boils down to we shouldn't do something. Instead, what we should do is we should you know, abandon it completely. And that argument always irritates me because I've heard that argument many times in real life to describe things that we shouldn't do. We shouldn't, you know, I don't want to get into it. Polemic topics, medical stuff, terrain stuff. Moving on. That's a good question, Loner. I don't know, admittedly. I have no information on that one. His death was probably nice and horrific, yes. It's okay, he was paralyzed before he died. Right in the eyes, too. Oh, that's always just gotten to me. Right in the eyes.
Morgan, Igwe, what's the update on our patient?
Commander Dahl is making a speedy recovery, and we are making our way to the shuttle bay. I've informed him of the threat to the station, and...
Fine, Morgan, I'll meet you in the shuttle bay.
No, you won't.
What the hell have you done?
I simply acted on Morgan's orders. Morgan.
Your operators locked me out of the comm terminal. We need to link up to the null wave device if we're gonna get that signal off before it's too late.
Consider the risk. Alex's plan, if it works, is only a short-term solution. None of us has the right to endanger every life on Earth.
If anyone's playing God here, it's you. Your lunatic plan denies everyone a birthright to the stars.
You know how neuromods are made. The demand will only increase. In the future Alex envisions, many will die for the benefit of a privileged few.
I'm not arguing with a glorified desktop. Kill it, Morgan.
Sorry, Morgan. I won't relinquish control of the terminal. You'll have to destroy me. Which means you will be destroying yourself.
Fine. I'll do it myself.
I'm sorry, Morgan. I didn't want to harm your brother. The directives you gave me require I do everything in my power to ensure you destroy Talos 1 and all the Typhon. Detonating the station safeguards the Earth, and perhaps provides a small measure of reparation. I won't relinquish control of the terminal. If you want to activate the null wave, you'll have to kill me.
What? I was just waiting for him to stop talking. There's that initial pod.
What is a neuromod? Well, it's both an easy answer and a complicated one at the same time. It is the future, today. More importantly, our past, today. This is the work TranStar does. Every employee working together. It's immortality, and it is beautiful.
Nice visuals there. So, I'm not going to alt-tab away. I'm told this is something I should watch. I don't know why. I'm going to mute it just in case. Just to be safe. Well, it looks like it doesn't pause, so at least since I don't need to hear it, I can just do this. Oh, you never know, Black Malkin, and that's really what it boils down to. Music with lyrics has a statistically drastically higher chance, really? You see that? Of being copy-wronged than, you know, normal music. Well, let me actually walk that back about being aggressively copy-wronged. Because I've had, you know, game music be copy-wronged before. I've had that with Kingdom Hearts all over the place. I've had that with Oblivion, you know. Oh no, they're loose. Oh no. I remember this area. This is the worst area in the game right here, so there's probably going to be some mind control going on here. Hi, Mr. Red. I'm giving a plus to story for the visualization of the Apex. Is that go into the escape pod early, Dean Badine? Yeah, I did. S.A. Ross. I got some random music copy wrong on frickin' Earthbound of all things. And Fallout New Vegas. That was a while ago, but it was still true. No, my dear and departed friends. I would never do what he just did. Yeah, it's actually really funny because so one of the speedruns, one of the ones I've seen, you can get into Alex's pod and escape early, right? And it's the just I'm out, peace ending. Now you're supposed to do a little quest line to get Alex's key card and get in there and yada yada. But you can actually glitch your way into the pod. Now the funny thing, hello, Mr. Nightmare. The funny thing about that is if you do so, no matter how you get in there, the exact same voice clips plays. But what the voice clip says is, I don't know how you got in there, but this is so strange. It sounds confused a little bit, which is hysterical because the reason he's confused is because you're just piecing out. But in the speedrun, it looks a lot funnier because you just glitch through the wall. Anyways, but I do want to mention one thing really quick. I'll hold on to that. Hold on. So yeah. So it's plus to the apex. That's a lot of production babies. Good God. Stop having so much sex. Jesus. Alright, so hang on. Let's unmute. Okay, so we're just... That is really... Yeah, okay. Let's go back to muting. Got it. Alright, so this is the worst game ever. Yada, 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 yada. I think I don't know. There. Oh, is this Daniela's song? Okay. I just heard lyrics. I mean, it doesn't matter. I actually didn't mute the game or mute the stream. I just alt-tabbed. This is what happens when I alt-tab anyways. So that's just whatever. I mean, Benedict Wong is awesome. There's a reason I kind of started with that. Checking something here. Checking something here. I think I'm going to nix that one because of that. But we'll have to address that in a minute. Before... There's no connection to Bray. You kidding me? Here, before we actually watch the ending and discuss it, how are we feeling on replayability? I have my own thoughts, but I like to hear yours, especially on that topic. Oh, I don't think this is a 3. I'd have to really struggle or name a 4X game to think of a 3 on replayability. And let's be honest, 4X games are kind of cheating when it comes to replayability. Even then, they have to be a really good one. What's my playtime? I'm not sure. I'd have to do some math. Let's see here. $23 hours and some change. I don't know if I'd say the Total Wars are 3s, personally. That's just me. But I've also never gotten into the Total War series. So that's probably part of that. For me, something like, say, Stellaris would be a 3. Or, you know, Civilization 5 would be a 3. Alpha Centauri would be a 3. Hypothetically, roguelikes could qualify as a 3. But I'm only... really, I think that's even not necessarily true either. Like, I can think of plenty of roguelikes or roguelites where they wouldn't be a 3 in replayability. One that would be Into the Breach. That would be a 3. By contrast, FTL would probably be a 2. Now, something like, what was the name of that stupid game? RimWorld. That would be a 3, for example. That's another example of a 3. I don't think this is a 3, though. I do think that this is absolutely a 2. That's my thought. Obviously, replayability as a 1, it's pretty easy to get 1 replayability positive. Is this a game that's generically enjoyable enough to want to replay it? That's all that really requires. But in order to go past 1, and we've established this many times, in order to go past 1, you need to have mechanics and gameplay features that encourage, reward, and are leaning towards replayability. So, see that 3.5? If you leave early, you get 3.1 instead. Before we play this scene, once upon a time, there was a YouTube video discussing this scene. And the YouTube video in question, it was extra credits, and the YouTube video in question had a nice big disclaimer saying this was a spoiler. And I said, well, I don't care. I'm never going to play Prey, so I went and watched it. So this is the thing that was spoiled for me, that I've been staying quiet about this entire time.
It's finished. How did it do?
Activation of the mirror neurons is promising. Empathy quotient shows to be exceptionally high.
It probably thinks it was dreaming, that nothing mattered.
You're assuming it thinks like us.
Its life depends on it. Ours too. It all comes down to the choices it made.
It saved me from the cargo container. I would have suffocated otherwise, and later it recovered the Leitner connectomes. They were of no practical use, except that they were deeply meaningful to me. It installed multiple Typhon-based neuromods. It could mean an instinctive return to its own kind, or an attempt to integrate its dual natures. But its most surprising act was sparing Da. While perhaps for purely selfish reasons, this, at least in principle, enabled others to escape Talos 1.
Michaela.
I would have died without my medication. That wasn't easy. That says a lot, I think, about its heart. Can I say that it has a heart? It also found my father's records. And then, I did not expect this, but it let me listen to them. Despite the self-incriminating content, it was willing to make itself vulnerable. Then, there was a man in psychotronics, Ingram. That was cruel. There was no other way to see it. But...
Would you let it live?
Yes.
I should probably mention, as Taquita already pointed out, this is a final debrief. These are the things they keep track of, what you do and how you do it. So I mentioned how there's only like 5 endings. There's a variant on that, because this ending right here there's only actually 2, quote-unquote, asterisk versions of this ending. One of which is if you do everything wrong, and by God, you have to earn it, then they just summarily kill you because you're horrible and evil. And that's that version. Otherwise, they go down a laundry list of all your choices like they're doing, and they address and acknowledge them, and then they decide and vote, and you get the final choice, which we'll talk about in just a minute.
Sarah, you're next.
The situation in the cargo bay was bad. None of us would have survived without its help, and it destroyed a large number of Typhon across the station. That has to be a good sign. Further, it thwarted Dar's attempt to use us as hostages. If it were one of my officers, I would give it a commendation.
Danielle, what do you say?
It never saw me. It killed Volunteer 37, but it's hard to say why. There were a lot of humans controlled by the Typhon that it could have harmed. Seems like it went out of its way to avoid that.
And I hated every minute of it.
I just don't think it's worth the risk.
In the end, it chose to activate the null wave device. Why? To preserve the Typhon technology? We can't really know what its motives were for anything it did.
But we have to make a choice. You can hear us, can't you? Here. I want to show you something.
So anyways, about Earth.
What you experienced was a reconstruction based on Morgan's memories. This is the world today. We spent years trying to put what you can do into us. We never tried putting what we can do into you.
So about that shuttle.
Until now. You're the bridge between our species. I need to know if you see us. I mean, really see us. Take my hand if you do.
So, I mentioned that there's the ultra evil ending, in which case they kill you. There's the leave early ending, in which case they say this isn't it, and that's the end, and you restart the simulation. And then there's the doll ending, which I'm not 100% sure what happens there. But then there's two forks right at the end here. Now, I've heard a lot of discussion about this exact point, and a lot of disagreement on it, because here's the thing. Utterly regardless of everything you've done in the game, unless you get, as long as you get this choice, you can choose to do either of these actions. Now, we are mega not taking the kill them all thing, because I'm not horrific. I'll just spoil it for you. It's exactly what it sounds like. You break free and murder them all.
We're gonna shake things up, like old times.
And that's it. That's the end. Oh, there's our playtime. 24 hours, 51 minutes. 16 rescued humans. 2 humans killed. I even know the 2. It's those 2 jackasses in the frickin' pool with the fire area. Neuromods installed 90. 17 human abilities. 8 Typhon powers. The end. Now, on the one hand, I appreciate in a few ways what they were trying to do here. But on the other hand, that was way too anticlimactic and abrupt, considering what a clunk that is supposed to be. So, how do we judge that? And I'm admittedly torn on this myself. I knew that ending was coming, and I've been kind of debating it as we go. Speaking of which, I can now go ahead and give something I've been holding off on, because I was paying attention, and there's definitely foreshadowing for that. Yeah, I know, exactly. It just falls flat, right? Like, it's an interesting thought, but the execution is just kind of lacking, in my opinion. I get where they're going with it, but at the same time, it's like, this could very well be a plus and minus kind of an outro situation. We can infer a lot from this. So these are based on Morgan's memories. Now, the reason that's relevant is because we're not 100% sure. By the way, you see the glitching of where we actually are there. We're not 100% sure what actually happened back on the station, especially given that an enormous amount of choices you make can change what happens in the simulation of those memories. But we do know, obviously, either between the many security leaks, remember what I mentioned earlier, or between the shuttle, or not blowing it up, or using the thing, or whatever, that something went wrong. Typhon got loose on Earth. And what's been happening here is Alex is doing a complete last-ditch, last-minute, Hail Mary kind of a save. There's like 2 or 3 little tidbits that Alex has this plan in mind throughout the course of the game, hinting that he's going this way here. So that's the idea, is that this is his Hail Mary. This is Deus Ex Machina. He's like, okay, crap, I need to do something. And his solution is, rather than defeat the Borg, to try and open a dialogue with the Borg. You may or may not remember, I actually deliberately brought up the Borg and that type of conversation on what you do when you have an overpowered enemy. And I just kind of let that sit there because I was curious about that, and because this is his solution to that exact same dilemma. You try to change the Borg so they don't win. So that's interesting. What was it, Black Malcolm? Yeah, exactly, Nexus of Concordia. What he's doing is a colossal risk, as at least evidenced by the fact that one of our choices at the very end is kill them all. We can just do that. There's something insidious and horrible about that, which is why I will never pick that choice, by the way. The ending we chose proved that he was right, that there is a chance for a dialogue. Like, one of the things they mentioned was that the, gotcha, Black Monk. Yeah, I must have missed that then. So that'd be 4 pieces of foreshadowing. The game mentioned several times that one of the biggest issues is that Typhon do not recognize us as sentient sapient beings, and thus his effort to try and bridge that gap, again, that makes a degree of sense. We'll try out New Game Plus in just a minute, and then we'll start Moon Crash. But I want to judge the outro first. I know my gut reaction on this, and my gut reaction is to give it a positive and a negative. A positive for the idea, a negative for the execution is what that boils down to. Thoughts? I mean, effectively a wash, but I want to acknowledge both. Because in this case, I do like the idea as presented. Or rather, I do like the idea, comma, but as presented, we've got some issues. Especially since the initial ending is extremely anticlimactic. And then the final ending is just, you know, the debrief. So, yeah, I think I'm seeing some consensus. It's funny because it's the thing I see most discussed about the game, Dakota. I mean, that makes sense. It was all just a dream. Yeah, this... That's a good point, Dakota. Someone asked yesterday, or the day before, or sometime this week, why would you write fanfics just because you didn't like the ending of a work? Well, this is fanfic material right here. Yeah, no, I think I'm going to sit by that. Let me update the HUD. And that. Now, let's see how New Game Plus works. So, looks like we're going to unlock... So we have all our abilities. Okay, let's go and put it over here. Sure, whatever. We're a guy. Let's see how good our New Game Plus is, shall we? Because this is a gradient like everything else. I am told we don't get anything until we get the helmet, which is going to be a minute.
Monday, March 15th, 2032.
I'm glad you like it when it's there, so okay. Okay, all abilities. Once you acquire the psychoscope, this will be placed in the cabinet in Morgan's office. Thank you for your pre-order.
Hey, Morgan. Wake up. You're burning daylight. You sent the helicopter to pick you up. It's just a few tests. Don't forget to wear your suit.
I wouldn't mind having this apartment. Even though it's one bedroom, I think it's literally bigger than mine. And by think, I mean I know.
You decided to come on board. We're gonna shake things up, Morgan.
Heard there's a chopper
Like
on
old
the roof.
times.
Must be for you. You'll have to take the elevator. Down the hall. But you know that, I guess. Aren't you going to be late? You're supposed to keep going. You're going to get me in trouble. I can't talk to you anymore. Huh.
Yeah, exactly, Dakota. That's a big freaking room. Ah. You're supposed
Mr.
to keep...
Yu, please make yourself comfortable and we'll be on our way.
I was just about to say, I think we actually can't skip this.
78 degrees. Clear skies all the way.
Yeah, I think we actually can't skip this. So, that sucks. I can't even alt-tab, because alt-tabbing does this. I can't do anything. What do we got here? Let's check Discord.
That's a nice view on the bay there.
Someone messaged me on Discord saying, "Hey, Lore, I hate you. You suck." Actually, Dean Badine did say I suck, so there's that.
Here we are, Mr. Yu. Mind the glass on the way out. Good luck to you.
I read all my messages on Discord. I'm pretty thorough about that.
Morgan Yu. You have a 9 a.m. appointment in the testing facility. Please confirm.
How do you kill yourself with the helicopter?
Morgan! Finally! Hey, you don't look terrible in a TranStar uniform. How's your eye? Still red? I know the test might seem a little unconventional, but it's a Yu family tradition. Breaking convention is in our blood. Once you start the test, just do whatever comes natural. Don't overthink it. Dr. Bellamy's going to walk you through the process. You're in good hands. We'll be in orbit next week. I promise.
Mr. Yu, they're ready for your brother in room A.
Right. Listen, just be yourself. I'll see you after.
Okay. Being self-approved. Being self-mode engaged.
Good morning, Morgan. I'm Dr. Bellamy. Looks like we have some tests to run through today. Probably not the kind of thing you're used to, I imagine, but trust me, you're going to do fantastic. All good? Great. Let's begin. For this first test, I'd like you to remove the boxes from the red circle as quickly as you can. Just go with your gut. Okay? Wonderful. Press the red button when you're ready.
Oh! Lost my break, will it?
That's... You're absolutely fine. Let's move on to room B, then.
I was actually just thinking that, but looks like I don't have anything. I'm invisible.
Okay, Morgan, listen carefully. I'd like you to do your best to hide in this room. Take your time, relax, think it over. No, I'm kidding. You only have 9 seconds. Hit the red button when you're ready to start.
Cannot see me. Cannot see me. Super invisible.
Any synaptic
invisible
at all?
You cannot see me.
No? No, that's fine. Sorry, let's keep things moving, Morgan. Head into room C. You're doing marvelous. All right. Here we go. For this test, please press the blue button across the room as quickly as you can, in the most natural, intuitive way.
Oh, I didn't think it was going to be a different thing, Black Malt. I figured he'd just give the usual.
Press the red button when you're ready. I'm sorry, can someone please explain to me what's happening?
What?
Simmons?
I installed exactly what Tina brought down.
Did you double check?
Speaker's still on.
How did I grab that?
I apologize, Morgan. We're having some trouble with the equipment.
How did I do that?
You're doing fabulous, actually. One last room. Let's step into D.
Oh, whatever. Bonk. Bonk.
Can someone get me a cup of coffee? I would appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, Morgan. Have a seat at the table for me, please.
Everyone, eyes on the coffee. Savicom, I want you to watch that coffee. It's right
Wonderful
there.
job.
Very important.
Take a look at the screen in front of you. I'm going to show you a series of questions. Pick the answer that makes the most sense to you. Press start on the screen when you're ready. Good. Looks like you've got the hang of it. Keep going. Ooh, that's heavy stuff. Good. Next.
Push the fat man.
Almost done.
Push the fat man.
You know what? I'd probably do the same thing. Well done. Well done. We're nearly through it. For this next part, I'm going to display an image. I want you to take a good look at it. In a moment, I'm going to ask you what... Is my coffee? It's empty. I thought
And that, Savicom, is why you need to not drink coffee. Any questions? No, I noticed that too, Nexus of Concordia. I don't know if you caught it the first time I played this, but I noticed the audio shift and didn't realize what I was noticing, if that makes any sense. Like, I had a bit of a reaction, like...
Alex.
Simmons, what's going on?
We have a problem.
What about Morgan?
He's alive. Sedated.
Clean it up. I'm on my way.
Yep, that was Coke Zero. Coke Zero. The drink of evil Death Doom.
Good morning, Morgan. Today is Monday, March 15th, 2032.
Yeah, it did, Nexus. Fallout 4 has a lot of flaws with it, but the intro is not one of them. Oh, sure, there's some cosmic magic science going on, but it is a brilliantly directed scene. We were talking about presentation just a minute ago. Fallout 4 has really good presentation on its intro. Not so much on its outros, but, you know, let's not get into the spoilers territory, shall we? So, boop. Nope. Okay, whatever. Boop. It'll be fine, Savicom. We'll be orbit within, I don't know, a few seconds, I suppose. Something like that. Let's go ahead and grab the wrench. Good old trusty.
Hello, Morgan. It's time we spoke. My code name is January. You're not dreaming. What happened yesterday was real. If you want to know what's going on, first, you need to get out of your apartment building. You're not safe. Good. You're in the simulation lab. Now get to the exit. I'll keep in contact.
Yeah, exactly, Doctor. It's one of the reasons why Fallout 4 pissed me off so much. It's because when Fallout 4 was good, it was really good. And then, you know, there was the rest of it. It really did feel like half a game, or at least half a completed game. Listen, that cat, who definitely is real and definitely exists.
Ectoplasmus. Everyone calls them mimics. Be careful what you pick up.
Get it off!
You weren't using that, you know, psychic energy anyways, so... It just occurred to me, that's the only time we actually see that on camera, isn't it?
No one has been able to stop the mimics from multiplying since they broke containment. I'm going to help you stay alive. Just a little further.
Audio design is something I've always appreciated. Well, let me walk that back. Since high school is when that first really came into my awareness. But even I'll admit, I didn't really start appreciating audio design until I started doing it.
That was a phantom. Typhon Antherphantasmus. Keep moving.
Which is pretty recent. Yeah, mostly for the theater or for the lorecraft.
You made it. Ready for your first real view of the world?
Oh yeah, by the way, we're in space. Hey, look at this outcome in space. Alright, so, this way...
Attention.
Oh, I don't have my
Station leadership
jet
has
mod
issued an
right
alert.
now.
All personnel should report to muster stations immediately and await further instructions.
Careful. You need to get to your office. I've updated your map. There's a video you need to see. I know you have a lot of questions.
I don't remember the number. Right, this is 0451, isn't it? Yep. The obvious one. I knew they used it somewhere, I just couldn't remember where.
Welcome back.
This has been your home for the last...
It's 3 years. The video should be on your workstation.
And we didn't do this last time. So... we never went back here, as a consequence. Is this... where is this?
Hello, Morgan. Tough day, right? If I'm talking to myself, it must be. Now, your memory's shot full of holes. I know. I'm sorry, but it's permanent. So the first thing you need to know is you can trust January. It's an operator, a sort of backup of you and me. It knows what you've forgotten. We've been testing a new kind of neuromod based on the Typhon organisms, mapping their neural patterns onto ours. Problem is, when you uninstall a neuromod, it resets your memory back to the moment you first put it in. That's why you forget. There's supposed to be a process to bring you back up to speed between test runs. But someone could just skip that part, turn a single day into your entire life. Well, that's exactly what Alex did. The question is, why? You're not gonna like what I have to say next.
I thought I found every one of those damn videos. Sorry, but I can't let you listen to that. Not until I've had a chance to explain everything in person. For now, just... damn it. I have to go. Just sit tight. Please.
Sorry, Morgan. Alex cut us off from the Looking Glass servers. Time to improvise. I suggest you search Dr. Calvino's workshop in the hardware labs. He invented the Looking Glass technology. You might find a way to restore the server connections there. I'm looking for another way to help you in the meantime. Good luck.
Why not? How long does it take for me to get my stupid helmet? Because this is like the step before we get our stupid helmet. Because that's where our stupid helmet is. Yeah, I thought it said something about being in the office too, but I didn't see it. Granted, there was a scripted event happening, so let's try that again. 1 billion years. Well, that would be apropos. If it's right here, then okay. If it's not, well, then we're gonna have to kill everyone. Starting with anyone who drinks Coke Zero. Okay, so... Oh, there it is. It's in the pre-order lockbox. Okay. Got it.
The psychoscope was a breakthrough. Apart from neuromods, it's the most important tech on Talos 1. Use it to scan the Typhon organisms if you want to learn what makes them tick. You invented it, by the way.
Yep. Okay, so, how much carried forwards? That's the real question. So the inventory expansion carried forward, but not the inventory. That's important. Chipsets did not carry forwards. That sucks. Obviously this does. This is the one thing they flat out said would carry forwards. So, you know, we've got all these abilities. We can still play a Necromancer. Looks like it kept our research, too. That's interesting. Yeah, there's the Apex Tendril right there. Okay. I'm thinking 1 positive for the New Game Plus. Oh, actually, that's an interesting question. Will it? Because we are suddenly... Yep, that turret is now hostile. I mean, it's broken, but it is hostile. I'll never read the research! Wow, our corpse bounced, didn't it? Holy crap. Flip that story. We need to put this under gameplay. If you type in exclamation mark and then a command, I have no idea which command it is, but there's lots of them. If you type in a command that leads you to something that you think would lead you to the score, it's probably going to put it up. Like ratings, there you go, ratings, but does it. There's a lot. We have a lot of different commands that pull it up. Okay, so good New Game Plus, definitely adding that. Boop. Let's start Moon Crash. Now, I know a lot less about Moon Crash. I effectively know nothing about Moon Crash. Okay, it's a separate executable. That's a problem. That means we have to reconfigure everything. Okay, get to that. Did you know that ZeniMax owns everything in the entire universe? Okay, so take off full screen, go back down to here. That needs to be off. There we go, that's better. Audio settings need to be reset. Need to reset that to that. I think it's everything, actually. Subtitles are on. There's no thing to be a thing. Is that everything? I think that's everything we changed. Okay, quick and easy. Let's do it. Prey Moon Crash has everything you loved in Prey. The gameplay, the narrative, and the atmosphere, but an exciting twist! In Moon Crash, you'll be making repeated runs through an ever-changing simulation of the Pythias moon base. Each run will represent new combinations of enemies, hazards, and loot. You might die a lot, but you'll also go stronger and unlock new characters and gear to face these challenges. We hope you'll enjoy uncovering the mysteries of Pythias and what happened to its crew and how to escape with your life. Well, I guess I do know one thing about this. As always, thanks for playing our games. Prey Dev Team, Arcane, Austin. It is a roguelite. That is the one thing I know about, one of the two things I know about this game.
This is Basilisk. Hello. This is Basilisk to Casma Module 13. We are sending 2 classified pieces of technology we recovered from TranStar's moon base. They should be arriving in a few moments. One is an operator containing a backup of the base. It's a simulation of all the research data, company secrets, and connectomes from employee brains. We picked you because it's protected by a lot of encryption. Fortunately, it comes with a looking glass visor, so you'll be able to search the sim visually. You'll be plugging into the moon base as it was, seeing it through the personnel that was stationed there. There's a lot to do. I'm sending your orders along so you can check them off as you go. Oh, and congratulations. I am pleased to inform you that executing these orders will fulfill your contract. After you recover the data, we're going to pick you up. So great news. You'll be with family soon.
They're gonna kill us as soon as we do this.
Okay, M13, you're the expert. The delivery is docking now, so I'll leave you to it.
Transport craft African B KTL-17, commencing docking procedure.
I mean, we're treating it as an expansion, RJ Dim. If we're not, then we need to stop, because this wasn't funded. And this would need to be funded separately. Which I'm okay with, if you want to go that route with it. Over there. And you go over here. But last I checked, this was an expansion, and thus we're treating it as such. Friendly reminder. Operative Code 5.023. Operative shall diligently pursue, to the company's reasonable satisfaction, completion of data acquisition in accordance with contract schedule. Failure to meet satisfaction will extend said contract for a duration equal to time lost by the company, plus reasonable damages and/or penalties. Such damages and penalties are not eligible for arbitration. Please keep this in mind as we move forward to the end of your contract with Casma Corp. Yeah, you remember them. I know you're looking forward to seeing family again, and a setback at this point would be unfortunate. Nice work up there. Despite the cost, we've dispatched delivered to you, including a flower from your wife's garden back home. Everyone appreciates your hard work, including me. Really chipping away at that contract. Sincerely, Basilisk. P.S. Die in a fire. Okay. There we go. So where the hell do I put the operator? Let's just run around until we find a spot. There we go. Found a spot. Version 2.3. As a reminder, 3.5 is the one we entered. Okay, so we've got the volunteer, Andreas Alecna. Brimming with psychic potential. He starts with a Psi-Hypo, a T-Ration. He has some abilities, mostly psychic abilities. Middling health, decent psi power. His objective is to escape with the volunteer through the Mimic portal to unlock their story objective. We can't play as anybody else yet. Damn it, I want to play as the custodian. Alright, go. Yes. I should probably turn the difficulty down, too. Assuming that's even a thing. It is not a thing. That's interesting.
Attention, all Pythea's crew members. This is an emergency broadcast. Please report to designated escape pod stations and prepare for evacuation.
No.
If you are unable to reach an escape pod, security will...
Oh, okay. I thought it said I had a delivery. I'm like, what? It was delivered today. It's not. Alright, so we've got on him Kinetic Blast. We can get, excuse me, Kinetic Blast, Backlash, Super Thermal, Regen, and Unknown ability. We also have the Volunteer abilities, which is Side Pool, Side Pool, Side Pool, Ethers, and double duration of buffs.
Track your position as they conduct a final sweep before launching.
Typhon material detected. No Typhon. Typhon material detected.
I gained currency. Don't know what that currency is.
Vital signs critical. No Typhon detected.
Okay. Now we understand how Typhon Gates works. Well, again, like, oh god. Got it. Moon gravity. Yep, nope, that tracks. One of the things I mentioned earlier was that it makes sense that they would have escaped because of all the security leaks. If I've already forgotten the name. The other thing, Campus or whatever, were already experimenting with Typhon, then yeah, that would explain why Earth is overrun. I think it's my suit thing, Nexus of Concordia. My suit being broken. Hey, listen, music. No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. I'm not trying to be salty. I'm just happy there's music. All right, there are 4 Typhon in the area. There was one other thing I needed to rebind. Forgot about that one. Someone tell me, what's the default button? I see it's right there. I don't have a Psychotrop yet, so we're just going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. Boy, I sure am loving Coke Zero. If anybody wants to come and kill me for loving Coke, hello. Anybody? Bueller? The Typhons were removed. Okay. I'm sorry. I actually invented the Typhons. That's my bad. So I was trying to get rid of all the black licorice, right? So I figured, why don't I make a black licorice elemental? And it just seeks out people who enjoy black licorice and consumes them. If no people like black licorice, then that way there'll be no black licorice. Like, I felt bad about, removing black licorice from the equation, because then people would just be sad about not having something they enjoy. So I figured we'd kill the people instead. It's a much more morally upstanding option. I don't have the jets. I keep forgetting I don't have the jets. Okay. Still says there's Typhon. 4 of them. I haven't seen a single Typhon here yet. Where the hell are all the Typhon? Typhon. Typhon. There we go. That's not a Typhon. Okay. Oh my god, that was actually a Typhon. Why didn't it attack me? Why didn't you attack me? I was right there. You could have killed me, buddy. Granted, I don't like black licorice, so it's okay. Now, Coke Zero. Ugh. Vomitous, one might say. Yeah, let's whack the explosives. Why were they scared? I was just gonna murder them. Oh, there's actually a tracking. Oh, that's cool. I guess that, like, pulses them so that they force themselves to expose themselves? Hmm. Got it. It's this thing. Oh, it's not gonna blow up anyways. Die, monster! That's for Savicom and her love of Coke Zero. See, I'm a champion of Coke Zero. I kill people who like Coke Zero. Wait, I mean the reverse of that. Damn it, I had to say something, didn't I? Because now the music's gone again. I was so happy to have music. It's gone. I mean, I've got a few things I invented, but nothing like that's like an element. Interesting.
Vital signs critical.
Well, yeah, but EZO isn't an element. But if you mean, like, do I have materials I've added to the setting? Oh, yeah. There's Imperial, Magicite, Aetherite, and Chorazite. Chozerite, excuse me. Right off the top of my head. I know, right, Dakota? Okay, I'll just do that. Oh, whatever. Beeline for the objective. Still gotta remember that I don't have that stupid thing. Die and give me your neuromods. Need them. I need them. Let's switch back to the wrench. Oh, I eat bandages all the time, but not to get better. It's just... I need help. I can't stop. Alright, I'm curious enough. Okay. Good to know. Hey, do you know we're playing in a simulation? And... oh, that's also a corrupt. Okay. Well, that answers that. Let's go ahead.
Hello.
Do this. Listen, if... God.
Distractions.
Okay. And everyone's dead. track that person. Yep, everyone's dead. Okay, cool. No, but have you ever played Kingdom Hearts or Kingdom Hearts 2, Black Malkin? So, one of the things that Donald says, if you heal him specifically, and you have to heal him, is he says, thank you. But he's Donald Duck, and if you've ever heard Donald Duck, you know that he doesn't sound like a normal human voice. So it sounds a little bit like something else every time he says, thank you! I can't even do it. A friend of mine actually pointed that out to me, and I've been unable to unhear it ever since. I'm trying, Donald! God! Try to help! Actually, it is some... Oh, God.
There you are.
Yeah, this is... kind of a whatever so far. Oh no, it's totally in character for Donald. Okay, so what do we have to kill to progress? 2, 3... Why did that number go up while I was looking at it?
Try to imagine something
Vital signs critical.
Great. I'm gonna die to this thing. Hey, a neuromod. Quick, let's gain an ability. Yeah, let's just do kinetic, because there's a lot of... Oh, no, actually, you know what? Let's get regen. Then we'll get kinetic, if we assume we even get any more. Oh, god damn it, I thought you were dead. I thought you were broken. Yeah. Well, we're dead. So we couldn't save, I noticed, in the middle of that. So I'm curious how much progress we just lost. Looks like all progress is what we just lost. So that's cool. Got it. Well, time to start over. No. Hang on. I have the perfect song for this place. Kingdom Hearts Uncensored. I'm sorry. I'm reminded of a sketch about that. You can't possibly be evil. The Goofy I know is still inside there. Oh, yeah? Watch while I get rid of all the subtitles so no one can understand what Donald says. You monster.
No Typhon detected.
Okay, so I'm just going to turn off the in-game music entirely and just kind of bypass this problem. Hang on, here we go. This is a joke. I'm just going to preface that. But I have the perfect music for this place. Points if you get it. Points if you get the second meaning behind this. You're gonna die. You're doomed. You're dead. You are gonna die. There are more lyrics which I will not share with you right now, but yeah, that's the lyrics. You're gonna die is the lyrics of this. This is from DuckTales: The Moon, which is a brutally, arguably unfairly difficult level in the original NES version. This is actually not the original NES version. This is DuckTales Remastered, which came out a few years ago. By Way Forward, I believe. Oh, it's a fun level. It's just mean, especially if you don't know what you're doing. Which, let's be honest, most people probably don't. Well, that's a good question, Grizzly Gaming. So, I hated Chrono Cross. Now, I say that all nice and neutrally because I acknowledge that I am in the minority on that one. Which is fine. That's how that works. God damn it. Oh, god damn it. Why? Why? Why is that not hotkeyed? So you'll have to ask someone who actually likes Chrono Cross if it's worth replaying. Yeah, I've had similar things, Vila. I think we had a different idea of what was easy back when we would spend 3 hours doing a single stage. That's my general take on that. Okay, run. And there's no saving, yeah, there's no saving. Alright, whatever. I will say this. We had to establish precedents that we would ignore sequels when it comes to judging games. Because if we didn't, Chrono Trigger would get a negative for Chrono Cross. There's a specific point. I'm not going to share it right now because it's a super spoiler. But there's a specific thing in Chrono Cross that retroactively, in my opinion, ruins Chrono Trigger. And that, yeah. But when we review Chrono Trigger, we will be ejecting that from continuity, and therefore, no negative.
Suit integrity damaged.
Not a lot I can do about that right now. Oh, this is more DuckTales music. Nobody likes DuckTales music here. So I actually have a real playlist for this section. Let's just do this. There we go. A little quieter. Everyone complains it's too loud. Sure, Savacon. I mean, I could tell you right now, because it won't mean anything to anybody who hasn't played the game. Dead Sea. Exactly, Dr. Winter. But as we've established through precedents and through case law, those don't go retroactively. This is a dumb example, but Mega Man 2 does not get negatives for Mega Man 3. Mega Man 3 would get negatives for Mega Man 2. We don't go in reverse. We're glad that tractor exists, or this would be a pain in the arse hunting down that one rock. Jeez Louise. Wait, what the heck is the darkness? Oh, beef. I've given in to the bees! I mean, it literally is about Typhon extermination to get past the gates.
Compartment F.
Warning.
No.
One escape pod remaining.
Command. Materials found.
Evacuate in an orderly fashion.
Speaking of,
Materials found.
say I need to kill 3 Typhon to progress here. The 3 Typhon that are present. There's probably other ways to get around, but I'm pretty sure in the tutorial thing, all I can do is kill Typhon. So that's what we're gonna do. Please don't kill me. I have a wrench, sir. That is all I have. So this is a Wendy's. Yeah, Cross is nowhere near funding. Like, absolutely nowhere. And you know what? I'm okay with that. No. Hell, Xenogears is nowhere near funded either. While we're on the subject. I saw it. I saw it as way over there somewhere. Oh, that would explain why it went from 2 to 3 earlier.
Disintegrated circuit found new.
Cannot fight these things. Yep, I really can't fight these things. Well, let's go and do that. I need more frenetic music, apparently, if this is going to be the pace of this. Good God. Yeah, there's a mimic. We'll kill you. I will find you. And I will kill you. God, it's still chasing me.
Disintegrated circuit.
Vital signs critical. Whatever. Piece of garbage. Yes, garbage. It's even worse than regular garbage. Because it has Jarvish in it. Hi, Disco. A niche in the market I'm stunned that hasn't been fulfilled. TIE Fighter style games. Or actually freelancer games. There's definitely a market for it, and I know several people personally who are hungry for that kind of a game. Including myself. And they have just decided not to jump into that at all. I mean, I know it is a niche category, just like a lot of games are, but they have just been like, nope, when it comes to those kind of games. And don't even say Star Citizen to me. What is this? I can't move. I can't move!
Scanning. Typhon material detected.
Yep. There's our Typhons. At least we have a jet now. That's actually really going to help. Not that we take fall damage, but it's going to help anyways. Yeah, Scamazon, I think is what it's actually called. It's a proper term. Star Ponzi scheme. Something like that, I don't know. I do too, Zvila. I think they're crazy, personally, but you know what? Whatever. I mean, so this is one of those weird things. Let's be clear about this. I'm happy that someone enjoys Star Citizen. That's good. Star Citizen is a scam. That's not an opinion. That's not that has reached the point of being an objective fact. We know plenty at this point in time about exactly what's going on with them and how and why it's a scam. It is also mismanaged to hell and back, separate from the scam. So I will absolutely spit venom at Star Citizen as much as I desire to. I am happy that there are people who are legitimately enjoying it. I hope it someday becomes a game. Thank you, Unicorn Scotch, very much, as always. Because Lord knows, as much as that sounds like a snarky comment, it should probably be mentioned that there are plenty of not games that did eventually become games. Like, that is a thing that has happened. Like, that's not even a recent thing, although everyone's probably going to mention No Man's Sky because it's a very obvious example, but you get the point, right? Okay, why thing? Yeah, Bannerlord is actually a good example of that. Come on. Where are they? Give me my pulse. Give me my scan. Okay. Yeah, it's exactly how I tend to think of it, Phil. It's like, well, you know what? This sucks, but at least someone's enjoying the final product, right? Would I want this thing to happen? No. But it has already, at this point, happened. So, at this point, whatever, right? I just thought about that too, Sierra Mike. Like, as I was going through them, I'm like, hold on a second. Because it keeps highlighting them like they're mimics. So what do you bet? I bet it says 1 now. Yeah. Great. Okay, well, I've got, I've got a wrench. I've got a wrench. That's not a wrench. Okay.
Target material profile. List Riley, you.
And I can't save.
Joe, Winslow.
And I can't pick up stuff to throw at him because I'm too weak and pathetic. Okay. I do have 1 neuromod. So let's go ahead and grab Kinetic Blast. Oh yeah, by the way, this is how we... You see those needles that popped out there? Yeah, that's how we install neuromods. In case I haven't mentioned that before. Because, of course... I'm gonna be real, I probably wouldn't use those just because of that. Alright, we have a fighting chance. Just a chance, but it is a chance.
Impurities detected. Stop.
Wow, that actually did some decent damage.
Looking for material to annihilate.
Got it. Okay. Let's get the hell out of here. Tutorial finished, I think. Took us a minute to finish the tutorial. And a death. I believe the point is that those needles are supposed to be reaching into the brain. No pun intended. Maya! Safety first. Congratulations, you escaped with 1 member. Eventually, you want to unlock all 5 and discover all 5 escape routes. Escaping more than once in the same run yields increasingly larger sim points awards. The ultimate goal is to escape with all crew members in 1 go without resetting. Which I believe is actually impossible, but let's not get into that. Cool. Oh, new message.
Basilisk to Casmo Module 13. Copy, please. Repeating. Basilisk to Casmo Module 13. Copy, please.
Here, what?
Ah, you're okay. Congratulations. It seems the simulation is significantly corrupted, but scans of your brain tomography indicate no damage. The corruption appears to be limited to the host operator. No externalization, so you should be fine. We've transmitted an app that should help track the simulation's instability. Please install it immediately so you're not caught unaware again. Basilisk out.
Got it. Oh, that's cool. I have no idea, Black Malcolm. Because it's what I was told, Black Malcolm. I mean, the specifics is that apparently certain survivors have mutually exclusive goals. But again, I don't know specifics because what I just told you is literally all I know. Okay, we have unlocked a new crew member. Yay. Once you've run out of crew members, either through death or escaping, the simulation resets, making a new map. Well, this is the engineer. She's got repair, summon turret. I already like it. And machine mind. We need to escape using the shuttle. Wait, hold on. So he needs to escape through the mimic portal to unlock his story thing. What's a mimic portal? How would I go about developing a neurological device? Very simple. First thing we do is we call it the Cortex Reaver, okay? What's a mimic portal? That would make sense, Black Malkin. In that case, I imagine that the secondary objectives are mutually exclusive. Or at least some of them are, or whatever. The Mind Shredder. Got it. So we actually are physically incapable of doing that escape route right now. That's kind of why I was looking that up. Alright, we can unlock a ballistic turret. Those are always nice. Kill one etheric mimic with your wrench. Hang on. I actually wanted to buy that. Purchase. There we go. Back to the Mechanicus. Okay. So I guess this is the objective of the game, is do everything on this. Wow. Okay. So this... I mean, I knew we weren't going to be finishing this until tomorrow. Maybe. Yikes. Okay. Interesting. Can we repair it? We are an engineer, after all. Nope. Okay. What are we doing, then? We also have a corruption level? I'm guessing that's the simulation. Also out of power. Okay.
Cruz, this is VJ. Listen to me. You need to stay off the lunar surface. I repeat, do not step foot on the regolith. There's something underneath. I think it's drawn to movement. It senses vibrations. I can't kill it. There's a shuttle in crew, but we are stuck in the damn crater until we get the Typhon gates down. Round up anyone else you can find. Warn them.
So, have you played Half-Life 2? Interesting pyramid station in the distance there. You have time to fabricate a thumper. Yep. Over. There we go. Over here. A delivery system for the Cortex Reaver? Well, I was thinking of calling it... It needs to sound horrifying, like the Explunginator, but much worse than that. Maybe the... help me out here. Actually, I'm failing at coming up with anything. The Sportstinator. That's a terrible idea. The Cerebral Incinerator. The Cordio Shredder. Oh no, I've got it. The Eyeball Gelatin Extractor. I think it's very specific. Oh, jeez. I have to kill 3 things, and I probably have to kill the shark. What do you want to bet? Please help me. Please help me. Thank you. Oh, jeez. Here comes the shark. Here comes the shark. That's a shark. That's a shark. That's a shark. Where's that stupid door? Throw it! God! Run. By the way, notice how we suddenly have... Wait, that's a dot. That's a dot. That won't kill us, so that's good. But, what the hell is that nonsense? Oh, that's one of the survival options. I remember this now. We take damage as we move.
Warning. Vital signs critical.
See? Cute. You got this, turret. You probably don't actually have this. And we're dead. I mean, that's raspberry jam. Although it's interesting that it's just for a status effect. We fell to our death. I mean... Lung might be a better word. Whatever, take 3 or whatever we're up to. The longer you remain in the simulation, the more dangerous it becomes. Over time, it advances through 5 levels of corruption, causing Typhon enemies to repopulate and grow stronger. Eventually, the simulation crashes and rejects you. So that's what that was earlier. Right. RNG. Yep, there's a time limit, in addition to all the other interesting details. Oh my god, there's a shark. We made it pretty far without addressing its ire, but it looks like we have to kill it. So, let's see what we can do. There's actually a third Typhon somewhere, too, we never actually saw. I'm just going to stand here very quietly. Nothing's happening. Nothing's going on. Nothing to see here. I disagree, Black Malkin. It said we have to kill 3 Typhon in the area. That's one of them. Killed one of them. We need to kill 2 more. Although you're right, until I see the 3rd one, I probably shouldn't mess with it. Although actually, I should probably kill the moon shark first. Let's see here. I do not understand that sentence, so I'm going to just pretend that I'm an idiot. It's easy to do because I pretend that all the time. Jesus!
Seek medical attention.
Oh.
Vital signs critical.
That's not happening. Yeah, let's just keep having some jam here. Yeah, I saw the resist thing. Nice little HUD edition, actually. This is just our life now, because I don't have a way of getting rid of that, so... And it looks like we can't die from it, so we're just going to keep being at 1 health as we jump around. You also get to enjoy that sound effect, though. Alright, I mean, killing that shark isn't happening. That was doing so little damage.
Requesting new operator.
Let's get a useless operator. Very important.
TranStar Cobalt 410 Engineering Class.
Feel free to heal the 8 damage I have, but...
Job done.
I think it's just sitting there. Just blood. I mean, I could make it hurt more. But Yep, running also does it. That's why. Not moving, just running. We got a med kit, but I don't know if med kits heal that. I guess we'll find out. I'll say, that doesn't feel like they would, so never mind. I've been given an objective. Sweet. Love objectives. Oh, hey, we made it. You were right. Except we're on the other side of the wrong gate. Damn it. Might as well turn that off.
Gate reactivation in 3, 2.
Oh, that's temporary. Oh, that's cute. Sure, let's go to the labs. Whatever. I don't even know what the hell I'm doing at this point. We're just making it up as we go.
This is a security reminder. Exotic material is restricted to the Party's labs and clothing. Violations will result in immediate disciplinary action, up to and including termination.
Well, there's the Nerf gun. Delay_loop.time. Yeah, that's what I thought. Lowers corruption level. Hello.
Vital signs critical.
Oh, absolutely, Pyro. No question. Like, I would bet money that if we actually beat all the things and get all the objectives done, it'll be like, hey, congratulations! And we're dead. Actually, probably be much worse than that. They wouldn't bother wasting the bullet. They'd just leave us in space. Your contract is terminated. Congratulations. But, what? Well, time to blood it up a little bit. Time to get some blood going on. Bloody blood. Love doing platforming on blood. Blood. Nothing but blood. Insert vampire joke here. Yeah, exactly. Good luck finding them. Not yet, comma. Now I'm... Oh, hang on, let me actually restart that. Not yet, comma. We managed to escape the station, but now we're trying to escape the moon. Period. Go figure! Exclamation mark.
Typhon material detected.
That's actually funny.
Scanning. Area not secure.
How about now? I'm telling you, we just can't get away from vampires, Pyro. It's just a thing. Like, I'm not complaining, it's just weird how prolific it's been. I guess vampires are kind of common in media anyway, so it's just whatever. Yeah, we have very little ammo here. I bet it's one of those things where you're supposed to fail and get points and fail and get points and fail and then buy your way to victory. Using points, obviously not money.
Vital signs critical.
We're fine. Everything's fine. There are 2 Typhon nearby, and they're both over there, and they're both cystoids. Hi.
No Typhon detected.
Okay, so now that that's dealt with. Yeah, Rogue Legacy is a good example of a game where you're really not supposed to get anywhere on your first, second, third, fourth, or fifth trips. You're supposed to get resources, which you then burn on permanent upgrades or side upgrades or whatever. It's a pretty common fixture, I guess, now I'm saying that. Whether that's good or bad, a little more debatable. It is fascinating to watch speedrunners try to get through a particular roguelite in one run, you know, without doing that loop or those loops. But that doesn't really apply to us. Ah, neck. Alright, whatever. Gonna give up on this. Mind the blood. Just my legs or whatever that stupid thing hit. Ah, delicious water. It varies quite a bit, comma. I usually buy stuff on sale for the show, comma. So in this case, this game was only $40 for me, period. Sometimes it costs more, though, period. Interesting. The power level directly related to worshipful level is actually a really common thing I've noticed in a lot of fiction. Let's go and eat that. Well, I should mention that it's 40 for both the base game and Moon Crash, or whatever. The base game was 20, which I got on sale. Moon Crash was not on sale when I bought it, so it cost me 20. Okay, let's unlock all the cells. You're all free. You're all free, except for room 3. Screw you, room 3. Nobody likes you anyways. An incredibly microscopic tax break, but yes, Loner. I'll be completely honest, in some cases I won't even track the purchases for games, because it's not actually worth doing. The literal time and effort it takes is not worth the $5 of a tax break, you know. That's not always true. You know, if I need to buy a new hardware piece or whatever, I will definitely notate that. That's the one with the time thing. I don't agree, Loner. $5 is not worth the amount of time and effort it takes to track, notate, register, and verify that. Because every little thing needs to go through several steps in the tax process, because taxes, I know this is going to sound like a shock, actually take a minute to go through. Also, honestly, $5 is overselling it. Most of those kind of tax breaks I get for a purchase of a game like this, for example, would probably be closer to about 20 cents. That being said, Loner, clearly my mother agrees because she just asked me. I'm assuming you tax deductible all that. Why, yes, but no, I'm not going to lie to my mom. I'm a terrible liar. Hey, Narset. Well, I was kind of hoping to either succeed or die by now.
Attention, everyone. We have an extra special message.
So let's just die really quick.
This is Alex Yu, CEO.
Ah, much better. So I want to see what happens. This is actually something I've been curious about, because it mentioned once one person dies, you can switch to another person. And I'm going to do that, and I'm curious how that's going to go after the lunch break.